One second, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Sorry, everybody. Hello, and thank you for joining us today on No Soundbites Allowed. And for those who are Orthodox Christians, happy Easter. I want to thank you all. Thank you for joining us. And of course, the first commenter today has been Dow. Thank you, Dow, for speaking with us. There we go. It's up. And well, every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we come out and we speak with you about the issues that matter to us all. I thank you all for joining us. We're going to have quite an interesting show to talk about so many things that are happening, so many things that I think that matter to everyone. If this is the first time that you are seeing our show, I want you to know that this is something we do for we've been doing it for over 5 years now. This is the 16th episode in 2023, where we talk to everyone across the world. We reach out on social media, on Rumble, on YouTube, on Twitter, on Facebook, to hear what you have to say about the issues that matter to you. And we want to hear what you have to say about all of these things. It's your chance to have your voice be heard. And trust me, there are many politicians that watch this program, either live or afterwards, to find out what's going on. I do want to mention that I believe we will be joined today by our Rumble live stream. I tried to do it last week. Wasn't sure if it kicked in. We'll be double checking that throughout the show. The sound should be okay now. Is that correct? Dow, Graham, user has been banned. The sound I did correct that, yes? Now, I see everybody's joining us. We got quite a crew coming in. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Yeah, I want to talk about the Pentagon leak as well, the status of America in the world and our allies, and how that is affecting not just the world, but also the United States, and how the United States seems to be giving up all of our power. We are redistributing our wealth and our power around the world, and that's not winding up to be a good thing for us. That's not helping everyone. That's a problem. That's a very, very big problem. And I think we're all being affected by it, although the mainstream media doesn't want to tell you that. And I think that's kind of important. I also want to talk about some of the shootings that happened overnight, especially the one in Alabama. We'll be talking a little bit about that. How about what's happening with the European Union as the United States loses its prominence? As we redistribute power over to China, we're seeing that the EU is breaking up, that they're having an internal conflict, which is going to affect our food prices and our energy prices going forward. Let's talk about Germany with nuclear power. Let's talk about our northern border, something that a lot of people have been not paying attention to, and that's really important. And also, of course, I want to talk about abortion. I want to talk about what happened with Governor DeSantis, the 6 weeks heartbeat bill that he just signed into law, and some of the lies that are being promoted by the mainstream media already about that are factually incorrect if you actually look at the bill. We'll be covering all of these things, plus, of course, any of the comments and issues that you think are important. And you are able to reach us again on chat. As you can see, Dal, user, Graham have already been making comments, and we will be paying attention to that, of course. And you can also call into the program at 607-242-9247, and we will be happy to hear you live to tell us what you think. All you have to do is just be respectful. Don't insult me. Don't tell me I'm old. Don't tell me I'm gray. Don't tell me that you think I'm evil. I don't care about your feelings. I want to hear about the issues, what you want to talk about, not me. I'm not that important. So, with all of that said, we should be live on. I'm just trying to make sure that, okay, the stream does seem to be live right now, and we are up on Rumble as best as I can tell. Give me 2 seconds to check. It does seem to be live right now. We are live on Rumble as best as I could. And so we'll be looking for the comments from Rumble as well. One thing I want to say before we get into the show, on Monday, that's tomorrow, I will be appearing on the Larry Sharp program, The Sharp Way. This will be our 4th time being on as a host. Larry is a friend of mine. He's a libertarian. We enjoy having conversations. Larry hasn't told me what the topic's going to be this week, but Monday night at 9 p.m., I will be live with Larry Sharp and a panel of guests talking about a topic that he's making it tough for me this week. He doesn't want me to know what the issue is. He's going to surprise me. But I cover a lot of issues, so it should be fun. So I did want to make sure people are aware of that, and I'll have the link posted later today. Okay, with all of that said, let's get into the things that are happening right now. So before I get to Florida, before we get to some of the other things, now normally on the show we start off with international news going into the United States. Let me first start off with something a little bit different. A lot of people may not be aware of this. Obviously, you've heard about Dylan Mulvaney. You've heard about the Bud Light protest that's been going on, and that it's cost $6 billion in the matter of a week. We've seen $6 billion disappear from Budweiser and their international parent company, InBev. Well, the latest thing, and we'll be talking about this a little bit later, Budweiser just came out on April 14th, 2 days ago, Friday, and as they put out a non-apology, they also put out a brand new commercial. And the commercial, and I just want to show you this, I'm going to take out the sound here. What do you see in the commercial? Here it comes. Yes, Clydesdale horses. Can you imagine that? Budweiser has decided to go back to America. They've gone back to traditional themes that have made them popular. A lot of people haven't even noticed that they went down this road for progressive views. They thought they would get more attention, and now here they are backtracking. And it's really insulting considering the non-apology, the attempt by Budweiser and its CEO to try and to guilt trip you into buying Bud Light, into buying their products again, because they're upset that you're not buying their product. You're a consumer. You're supposed to buy whatever they sell. When they tell you something that is an approved message, you're supposed to just lap it up, shake your head, and give them your money. And now that you're not, well, the Budweiser CEO decided to guilt trip people. And when that's not working, well, their other answer is, let's go back to what people always remember. Let's go to the Clydesdale horses. Let's forget about that. Like it never happened. Like they aren't trying to tell you how to live your life. How they're not introducing politics into your entertainment, into your leisure time, your relaxation. No, I didn't forget that, Budweiser, and it's not working. But we will talk about the Budweiser protest, the Bud Light protest, Dylan Mulvaney, a little bit more in the program. Before I get to that, and I am going to go back over the comments in just 1 second, and I am looking for comments from anyone over at any of the comments over at Rumble. I'll be looking for that as well. But let's start off with something that I thought was kind of interesting. Two different news stories. One is getting more attention than the other. It's in the United States. You may have heard about this. There was a shooting in New Mexico. The police went to the wrong house. And because the police in the middle of the night were banging on a door with their guns out, well, the homeowner thought it was a gang, apparently. The gun owner thought that the homeowner thought someone was trying to break into his house. So he went to the door with a gun in hand to defend his home because the police were at the wrong place. And what happened is when the police saw him at his door with a gun, they got into a shootout. They killed the man, and then the man's wife, seeing her husband laying on the ground, their kids are still inside the house, they saw the husband laying on the ground, the wife decided, I'm going to try and defend the home. These are obviously gangsters, bad guys. She's screaming for help, and she starts shooting at the cops as well. And the cops started shooting at her. Luckily, the wife did not get shot. The kids didn't get shot. The kids were calling 911 saying someone just shot my dad. It's really a sad statement. It tells you something about what's happening in our nation. Now, I see that, and if you're looking at the news reports like from CBS News, they try and make it the fault of the parents of the homeowner as well as the police. Well, the police were bad because they went to the wrong place, but the homeowner's bad because he showed up at the door with a gun. No, that's the wrong way to look at this, folks. If someone is banging on my house at some time in the middle of the night that I don't expect anyone, and there's someone banging on my door and I think that they are armed, I'm coming to my door armed. I want to protect my home and my family. I've got kids in the house, so you've got to protect them. So it makes perfect sense why he would show up at his door with being armed to protect his home, to protect his family. That only makes sense. And then the police shot him. Well, that seems like an overreaction from the police, especially since they figured out just before he opened the door, they're in the wrong place. They're approaching the wrong people. And so they hyper reacted, and they shot him. And then when the wife naturally sees that someone just shot her husband for no reason, as far as she could tell, and these people haven't properly identified themselves as police officers, because instead of identifying themselves as police officers, they shot the homeowner. Well, yeah, she's going to return fire too. The problem here is a lack of communication. But CBS News is busy trying to blame this on the fact that the family owned the firearm. No, the problem's on the police not identifying themselves and going to the wrong home in the first place. We need to make sure people understand that, because these kind of stories are being used by the mainstream media to try and demonize you for protecting yourself, because they want you to be defenseless. They want you to go out and have no protection. What if it was a gang? What if it was a home invasion? Someone pretending to be the police, somebody saying they have an emergency, and they trying to break into this family's house, and they didn't have any firearms, and they did get harmed. What happens then? Oh, well, you should have called the police. The police should have shown up sooner. I'm sorry. Well, I'm not sorry. This is about protecting yourself. The homeowners did the right thing. The police were wrong in this case, and they should have done better. And CBS News and MSNBC, they can't spin this into a story that sounds like, oh, well, they were the bad guys because they decided to show up at their door with a firearm. Yes, they should have. They should have, and that was the right thing for them to do. But we're in the middle of a time where everything is being looked at. Oh, guns are evil. Guns are the problem. Guns are getting you killed. That's not real. That's not true. Guns are protecting 300,000 to 3 million Americans every year, according to the Obama administration and a study that Obama did after Sandy Hook. That's what we know for a fact. That's what the Obama administration was able to figure out when they looked at the issue. Being a gun owner isn't a bad thing. Guns aren't demonic. But the other thing that's being in the news, it's breaking news today, and you're probably hearing a hell of a lot about this, is, as it's reported here from the Daily Mail, they were one of the first ones to report this, at least 4 people are killed and more than 20 were injured during a shooting at a Sweet 16 party in a small Alabama town of 3,000 people after a fight broke out inside. This was in Dadeville, Alabama. And most of the people most of the victims appear to be kids, teenagers. Now, there's something that's very important about this story that you may not have gotten from the title. Let me give you a comparison here, and I'm going to get to the comments in a second. This is CNN's take on it. CNN says, 4 people are killed and others are injured after a mass shooting in Dadeville, Alabama. This was at 10 a.m. Looking at the United Kingdom, that was at 7:30 a.m. So you see that there was 3 hours. CNN had the benefit of an extra 3 hours of information to be able to inform the public, and they tell us less than what we're seeing overseas from the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom has told us not only that 4 people were killed, but they told us that there were teenagers involved. They told us that how many people were injured in the entire event, where it happened, how many people were in the town, how unusual this was. But CNN can only go with 4 people are killed, others are injured. It's a mass shooting. See, that's the thing. CNN wants you scared. CNN wants to push the message that mass shootings are rampant and going on everywhere. Here's the thing that you should understand. When you look through both stories, what they're not telling you, the shooters were black. This was a black event. As far as I can tell, the shooters and the people at the event were black. This was a gang shooting. I'm pretty sure of it. They don't want to put that into the news. They don't want you to think about, no, this wasn't just a couple of kids and some stranger like like the Louisville shooter, like the Tennessee trans shooter, that this was some crazed individual, some criminal who just wanted to shoot up all the kids. No. As we can understand at this moment, it appears that this was a gang shooting, that gangs were involved with black students, young black individuals who got into a confrontation, and that's where the shooting came from. It's not a mass shooting. It's a gang shooting. They don't want you to think about that because that doesn't fit into the message of be afraid, guns are bad. But gang shootings and black on black violence are the number one reason why black people die in America. With gun violence. When gun violence is involved, the number one thing killing black people are black on black crime, coming from gangs, very often because of drugs. That changes the context when you think about it. It changes it massively. This isn't some rogue person like in Tennessee or in Louisville who want to commit suicide by cop because they made horrible life choices, because they have mental issues. No, this is about gangs. This is entirely different subject. And that's why the FBI doesn't count gang shootings as mass shootings, because they're not the same thing. The cause and the reason isn't the same thing. Now, you may disagree. You may say, Mike, well, that sounds fine, but I don't really think that's the case. Okay, tell me why. Call on to 607-242-9247. Our phone line is on. Tell me why you think gang shootings are the same thing as mass shootings. Tell me why you think there isn't a difference there and we should count them as the same thing. Tell me how gun control, and another thing to consider about this, and then I promise I will get to the comments. The thing about this is an example of how gun control completely failed. Completely failed. Because these are teenagers. Again, going by the news that is available, these were teenagers shooting each other. They didn't have a right in the state of Alabama to have the firearm that was used. So, and they didn't register the firearms. These were illegal firearms that were illegally obtained and illegally used. Registration didn't work. Background checks didn't work. Red flag laws didn't work. The magazine sizes didn't work. None of that worked. Gun control failed. Again, just like we saw in Tennessee, same thing that we saw in Louisville, Kentucky, same thing that we're seeing here. Gun control fails. They're selling you an idea, but the idea doesn't work. Now, again, if you disagree with me, I'm perfectly happy to hear your argument. I'm perfectly happy to hear what you have to say about that, because I'm not telling you that I'm the only person with an idea. I want to hear what you have to say. Okay, so I'm just leaving a comment on Rumble there, but let's get to some of the comments that I can see right now. So, starting off, user has been banned had mentioned initially at the start of the show that the UN wants to decriminalize relations between adults and minors. I hadn't seen that story, I don't think. But we can talk about that. I'll be happy to have a comment about that. Let's see. User has been banned. If anyone's trying to send me a link to an article, you won't be able to do so. Any links are disabled because we get a lot of bots with spam attacking the channel. So you can send me the title and the news organization that's sending out that article, and I'll be able to see it by that, but I won't be able to see the link, not in the comments. Graham mentioned that he wants to talk about, I did mention we want to get to Pentagon and China. Yes. Spain's normalizing bestiality. Yes, I did see that about Spain. Thank you, Dal. Give me a moment. Heard something about there was a flooding in Fort Lauderdale. Yes, there's been flooding in Fort Lauderdale, and people are upset with DeSantis didn't stop by to survey the damage. The flooding is normal. Well, there is a lot of flooding in Florida, not just because of hurricanes, but because they're in a swamp. So, yeah, that happens a lot. It's not that uncommon. And because I'm just going back over the comments here, Dal had mentioned that some people are upset, but flooding in Fort Lauderdale is not the same thing as toxic, carcinogenic chemicals going into the air in East Palestine, Ohio. It's not the same thing as the vice president, what's her name, Kamala Harris, deciding to go to Tennessee, to go to the same town, to go to the same community where there was a mass shooting by a trans shooter, and to not speak to the family there, to not look at the scene of that event, to not deal with the community there, and instead to go politicking and trying to protect Democrat politicians as a family and community are grieving over the loss of 3 9-year-olds. You know what? That's not the same thing. And if you want to tell me that if there were 3 9-year-olds that died in Fort Lauderdale because of the flooding and he didn't show up to that, I'd say, yeah, that's kind of the same thing. But they didn't. That didn't happen. There is a big difference with a town being filled with carcinogens that will harm a community for decades to come. There is a difference between a politician showing up in a town and ignoring the parents, grieving parents of 9-year-old children that were senselessly killed because of a trans shooter's miserable life. There's a big difference. So I don't see the Florida flooding is not on the same level, not even close. Let me get on. Let me move on. I'm going to just catch up with all the comments. Dow mentions the focus on gun bans instead of relying on the principles of self-defense and homeowners being supported by the legal system is setting up the law enforcement and legal gun owners to fail in these situations. Well, yeah, it's instituting an even greater sense of fear. You're supposed to be afraid of the police. You're supposed to be afraid of gangs. You're supposed to be afraid of having the wrong color. You're supposed to be afraid of guns, any guns, by anyone every time. And so now you're putting this essence of anxiety and fear in every one of those confrontations, which escalates it. It makes it more likely, as we saw in New Mexico, that just seeing the gun results in someone shooting. And that then makes it much, much worse. DWV 1000, hello, and thank you for joining us. This is the first time I think you've ever made a comment. Thank you for that. Simply said, like this guy is saying, the shooters are a product of the environment. It's got nothing to do with race. It's a disguise. I agree with you absolutely, DWV. But this is the way the news media tries to push these messages. And they use race and color in some stories, sometimes when they can use it to advance a political agenda. Oh my God, the Buffalo shooter was white and he was an evil racist. You've got to hate guns. Guns are for racists. Well, they also forgot that the week before that, there was a black supremacist on the New York City subway system that was shooting up with a bunch of handguns and was shooting people down because of critical race theory. Oh, they didn't want to tell you about that. There was Dwayne Brooks in Waukesha who was using a car because he was a black supremacist and because of his belief in BLM, he decided to run people over at a parade. They don't want to talk about that. See, it's the way they want the stories. And they're framing the story in Alabama as if it's a white person that they were responsible for this shooting, that it's the same kind of mass shooting you see at all these schools. That's not the case. And the details, the fact that, no, this is black on black crime, that gangs are likely involved, it may or may not involve drugs. Again, it's a developing story, so I may be incorrect, but that's the nature of what it looks like that we have seen in places like Detroit, that we have seen in Chicago, that we have seen throughout LA, New York, that we've seen across this country. It has the same template, which gives me the same belief. And again, gun control failed in every single aspect. Every gun control law you're hearing Joe Biden and the Democrats speak about, the progressives are pushing, they all failed. It's not a question, it's a fact. Agent Black has joined us from over in the UK. Hello, Agent Black. I got some stuff for you to talk about. Vic is with us. Hello, Vic, off of Facebook. It's always good to have you with me. The history of the government bans on guns is why not one gun should be surrendered. Well, yeah, the government has never, every time any government around the world, anytime they have banned firearms, it has been bad for the people. Most recent example is Bernie Sanders' example himself, Venezuela. When I look at Venezuela, what happened? They became socialist. They banned all the firearms. They took the guns away from the public. 2 years later, that same socialist government is running around shooting its own people. The government of Venezuela has killed over 5,000 of its own citizens now that they are defenseless. As those citizens are starving and trying to escape Venezuela so that they can feed their families. That's my opinion. It's not a guess. That's what happens. We saw the same thing in Cuba, North Korea, in China, in every single socialist nation around the world. It always happens this way. It's just a matter of how quickly you see it, or more importantly, how quickly the news media will tell you about it. There is other shooting news to know. By the way, I also wanted to highlight this. Did you know that this was in Pope County, and it happened on Saturday night? Officers were being shot at. A Pope County deputy was shot and killed, and 2 officers were shot in Cyrus because they were responding to an event and there was an exchange of gunfire. But you don't hear about that. That's not national news. That's not part of the discussion of gun control. That's not part of the discussion of what's happening with guns and gun violence in America. They don't want to talk about all the officers that get shot, all of the danger that the officers are going into. This is coming from KSTP News, Channel 5 ABC News. So again, this isn't some right-leaning news. This came out an hour ago, came out this morning. No one's talking about that story. I wonder why. Why are they talking about Alabama, where gun control completely failed, but they're not talking about the loss of life of officers who are trying to do the right thing and sometimes fail? And the nature of the anxiety that we are building up across this nation, I truly believe that the news media is working for a political agenda, trying to get people so terrified of guns that lawmakers, progressive lawmakers, can pass laws that will take away your rights and your freedoms forever. It's exactly what we saw after Sandy Hook. Sandy Hook, everyone's upset about the children that died. It was awful, it was evil, it was demonic what happened to those children. And the response for that was, oh, well, we have to have red flag laws across the country. The response to that was the New York SAFE Act. None of them have ever made anyone safe. They have not saved anyone's lives. They have not reduced the amount of mass shootings, of school shootings. They have not reduced the number of gun violence in any state anywhere in America. It hasn't worked. But it's harder for you to be able to get a gun, especially as a young woman. Maybe you're a young woman and you want to defend yourself because you're afraid of being sexually assaulted. And they make it harder for you to protect yourself. But that doesn't matter because don't worry, guns are evil. It's such a lopsided way of looking at this, looking at the news about this and seeing what's actually happening here. And they just don't want to talk about it. They don't want you to think about it. Like in Louisville, the Louisville shooting was a suicide by cop. If you look at this and all the news reports that we have been told, and in seeing the video of this shooting, what do we see? This is a disturbed individual, someone who has a massive mental issue, shot a couple of people. There were more people in the bank. They could have continued if they were literally there to try and kill as many people as possible. They could have. But instead, in the Louisville bank shooting, what did we see happen? The shooter shot a couple of people so that the police would be on the way. They sat and waited for the police to arrive. When the police did arrive, the shooter engaged with the police. There were still more innocent people in the bank. They didn't bother with them. They went after the police and they were killed. Suicide by cop. And they were making sure that that would happen by engaging with the police. They killed some innocents to make sure the cops would kill them. This is a terrifying, horrendous situation. But this is the nature of what happens when you have fear out there and when the media is promoting these mass crazed shooters for a political agenda. It doesn't make you safer. It makes the situation worse. Again, if you think we are wrong, we are happy to hear the counter side of that argument, to hear your discussion about it. We're happy to hear what you have to say. Don't tell me I'm evil. Don't tell me I'm ugly. Tell us what is the things that factually are incorrect. In fact, I ask this of every politician in America who has been trying to pass a red flag law, every politician in America who's against the Second Amendment, please show me the data, the evidence you have that shows that gun control laws, as being promoted by Joe Biden, actually work. Show me any evidence. I can show you evidence from the CDC. I can show you evidence from the FBI U.S. Crime in the USA report every year for the last 3 decades. I can show you the New York State gun-involved violence elimination report for the last decade. I can show you evidence over and over again from state level and federal level that says gun control has never actually worked. I have yet to see one politician stand up and say, here is the evidence that the gun control law actually worked, whether it's a gun ban or anything else. You notice they never quote a single study. They never give you any data because it's about feelings. They want you to feel safe, not to be safe. And the exchange of feeling safe is that you lose your freedom and your rights. King Orion. Hello, King Orion. Thank you for joining us. I think this is the first time you've made a comment, so thank you for joining us this time. King Orion says, they don't care about the lives of the people in the shootings. They only care to use those dead people as ammo for the gun control policies. Yes, I agree with you. That's exactly what we see happening. And that's what we're seeing happening in Alabama right now. They don't want to tell you the details of what appears to be a gang shooting. No, they don't want you to think about that. They don't want you to think about the fact that these were teenagers and that all the gun control laws failed. They don't want you to think about that. They just want you to go, oh my God, guns are scary. We have to get rid of all the guns. Which all the bad guys who are criminals, that only applies to law-abiding citizens. Criminals don't care. Criminals do not care whether or not there's a law that says you can't have a gun, or that there's an age restriction, or that you have to get a background check. Criminals don't care about any of that. But you are supposed to feel safe, not be safe. Because if you are safe, well, the politicians don't have anything to complain about. They don't have anything to raise money on. They don't get to get reelected saying they're doing something, which is ineffective, doesn't actually work. Again, if there's any politician, any Democrat, any progressive out there that disputes what I am saying, the phone line is 607-242-9247. I am not CNN or one of the major news media companies. I will give any elected official as much time as they need to explain why I am wrong. I have said that for well over 5 years on this live stream every week, and they know this. And I know many politicians at the local, state, and federal level. They know I will give them as much time as they need to explain why I am wrong if that's what they believe. And in the time that I have been doing this, they have never, 17 years, never offered any evidence to show that I am incorrect. You should think about what that means to you in your community. But with that said, now, as we normally do on this program, we do like to talk about what's happening overseas. Oh, one moment. We have King Orion says, "Cause if your first solution is to ban an object and not more funding for mental health research, it's agenda-driven. You see the same pattern historically with other nations." Yes, and what we see in many other nations is, you're looking at the United Kingdom as an example, you see more knife violence. Even though, because in the United Kingdom, and Agent Black can correct me if I'm wrong, since about the 1300s, it has been generally discouraged, if not illegal, for the public to have a firearm. But they have knife crime at a far higher level than we have it here in the United States. In many nations, like in France, you have criminals and terrorists that use cars to run people over. Do you remember the car attack in Nice in France? They use cars, or they use swords and knives, or they create bombs, which we see often in France. They have more bombings in France than in the United States, but we don't say that you have to, well, bombs are banned. Doesn't stop anything. So let me see. Let me go back to some of the other comments. So thank you for that, King Orion. Hal has jumped in. Hello, Hal. Hal says, guns aren't the problem. It's bad people with guns. We need to do what we can to keep bad people from easily getting guns. Bad people in quotes because it covers mentally ill criminals. Yes, demonic, evil people. I'm perfectly fine with that. Here's the thing, Hal. Yes, I want to keep bad people from getting guns. Gun bans don't do that. Registration and background checks don't do that. Making arbitrary age level increases, saying that you can't have a gun unless you're 25, doesn't stop a criminal. We need to punish the criminals and the criminal use, and we have to investigate and actually deal with the root problem. And I've said this many times on this program for many years. The answer to mass shootings is not gun control. It is not banning guns. It's what makes a person decide that the only answer is to harm innocent individuals. If you can answer that question, what is it that makes a person decide that course of action? If we can resolve that, then we can stop mass shootings. If we don't address that root core question, you will never stop mass shootings, school shootings, or various forms of gun violence. It will never happen. So that's one of the big things. And gun bans don't answer that problem, that question. I know it's hard. I'm not saying I have a perfect answer here, but that's the question we need to answer. I truly believe that. And I don't know a politician right now, none of the Democrats, none of the progressives that are screaming that we have to get rid of the Second Amendment, none of them are answering that question, I believe. Will you teach me? Hello, another new person on the program. Hello, will you teach me? Thank you for your comment. Says, I was boycotting Bud Light before a man in a dress started to drink it. Well, there's a bunch of ways of commenting on that. Let me get to that later. But I understand that is your point of opinion. Agent Black says, yes, we should increase the penalties and educate people about proper gun use, increase the protection in vulnerable areas like in schools, which we see consistently going back to Florida, where we have seen over and over again. David Hogg's school. What was the answer? Armed guards in the schools. Harden the schools, make it harder to enter the schools, keep the doors locked during the day, and have an armed responder in those schools. Because if you cannot absolutely stop someone from doing it, and you can't, then you can minimize what they do, because the sooner someone is engaged, a mass shooter, a school shooter, a gang, even a violent criminal, the sooner that they are engaged with a firearm, then they are stopped sooner. The body count drops. That is just a fact. King Orion says, socioeconomic factors and culture plays a role in the amount of violence that occurs in the U.S. It isn't a monolith culture. Well, yes, jobs and how we view guns is a factor, except that's been something that we've had for a long time. See, that's the same. A lot of people use that argument, and I don't think you are, King Orion. King Orion. I don't think you're using the argument of socioeconomics as an excuse, but what we hear from progressives very often is, well, it's bad. We see movies. Movies are bad. What is it? Liam Neeson says, I don't want to, guns are bad for people. You can't use them. Yet he's in movies where he's constantly using guns. But he's saying, well, guns are increasing the amount of violence, and that's a bad thing. We shouldn't use guns in movies, even though he's willing to accept millions and millions of dollars to be in a movie to use a gun. Okay, he's a bit of a hypocrite, as we see very often with most progressives. We hear people like Cori Bush, Representative Cori Bush, who says, oh, well, guns are evil. You shouldn't have any guns. But she spends $70,000 a year on private armed security to protect herself. So she can be protected with guns, and she can use your tax dollars to pay for those guns, but you can't be protected by a gun. Guns are bad for you, the regular citizen. Again, we see this very often from progressives. We hear that from Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. They all have armed security. You can't have armed security. You can't have armed security at your kid's school. We have armed security at banks, but we don't have them at schools. And kids are more precious than money, especially money that is guaranteed by the government. But that's not a factor. They don't care about that. That kind of scares me. Let me go on with some of the other comments. By the way, did the sound quality change, or is it my headset that just went wonky for a second there? That says, stopping criminals comes from increasing the legal system to support the right of the lawful to exercise self-defense, then enforcement punishments for law breaking post-event. Yes, we need to increase the amount of penalties for breaking the law, not releasing people because, hey, that guy's got a suntan, let him out. I mean, think about it. They're doing the exact opposite of what would be the most effective thing. Increase the penalties, in fact, bring back the death penalty nationally, and say, okay, you're using a gun to kill people, innocent human beings. We're going to punish you harsher because of that. And the answer we're getting from progressives is, oh, bail reform, let them back out. Yes, they had tried to kill someone, let them out of prison, lower their sentences because social justice, racial justice, let them out of prison sooner. Why? These are criminals. No, put them in jail longer. Punish them harder. I don't care what the color of their skin is. The color of their skin doesn't change that black on black crime. 83% of all black on black crime comes from gangs. This is pretty straightforward. Will You Teach Me mentions a defenseless person is open to violence. Absolutely. You can't defend yourself. Let me carry on. King Orion mentions, when they were mentioning culture, they meant subculture like gangster rap culture. Yeah, we've glorified, especially in the rap music, since 1992, we have glorified violence, drugs, degradation of women in rap music. That is a fact. I've been alive 55 years. I was around before rap music was gangster rap, which is what we have today. Before all rap became gangster rap, there was different choices. And we see a market change where people are now trying to become, think of all the heroes out there. Let's see, Snoop Dogg, he's been accused of murder. Some say he is a murderer. He used to be a gang member. There's Suge Knight, who's just a straight up thug. There's 50 Cent. Why did he get shot 9 times? Drug dealing. You go through criminal after criminal after criminal that are being elevated for the criminality. Yeah, that has an impact. Agent Black says, in an ideal world, we wouldn't need to defend ourselves or others, but we're not in an ideal world. And see, that's what the gun control is based on, the idea that we are living in an ideal world, that if we just pass one more law, the criminals will see it and say, I have to follow it now. We have well over 22,000 local, state, and federal laws on firearms in America. That's a fact. Well over 22,000. Adding one more law is not going to make a criminal suddenly go, well, I can't use a gun now. It's just not going to happen. That's just not reality. Will You Teach Me mentions that there's an argument that's being said that guns are the number one killer of kids. That's a lie, by the way. That's factually incorrect. I believe it's cancer and I believe accidents are the number one killer of kids. 19-year-olds die, and 17, 18-year-olds do die from gun violence, but children under the age of 16 don't die because of gun violence. That's not the number one number one killer. That's a lie. Again, they're misusing the data. They're manipulating your emotions to make you think that. They count kids up to the age of 19. When you hear Joe Biden say, well, the number one killer of kids, he's talking about 19-year-olds. He's not talking about 12-year-olds. He's talking about 19-year-olds. He's not even talking about 6-year-olds. Okay. But we've been talking about this, and I do find this to be important. By the way, let me remind everyone, at any point, you can always call in to 607-242-9247 to share your thoughts about all of these issues. Whether you agree with me or disagree with me, doesn't matter. We want to hear what you have to say. Whether you're in the United States or in Canada, in the United Kingdom, France, Germany, India, Peru, we have an audience that's international. I'm happy to hear your voices. You can use Facebook Messenger as well to reach through. I'm happy to hear those comments. Please, if you have found this to be engaging, interesting, informative, anything of that nature, please do me one favor. Like, share, and subscribe. Let's increase the audience, because YouTube certainly doesn't want you to have this conversation. YouTube does not want you to think about this. They want you to obey. Same thing for Google and Facebook. They want you simply to obey and not think, to go with the approved message rather than to do what is the best thing, the most effective and efficient thing. And politicians count on that. And rather than that, I hope that you'll take the opportunity to like, share, and subscribe and help us to share this around the world so that we can hear different voices. With that said, give me 1 second. Okay. And that counts for, whoa, hang on. Turn myself off for a second there. Sorry. And I'm looking for Rumble as well. I'm looking at comments there as well. Let's take a step back. I will come back to the gun issue a little bit, but I think it's important that we had this discussion and be honest with each other about it. If we're not being honest about these things, we will never get to an answer. If we cannot honestly look at what is happening, then we'll never get anything that will improve the situation. And if we can't mention that there's a component of the gun violence in America is because of gangs, because of drugs, because of culture, if we can't address that, we're not being fair. And if we're just trying to excuse it because of racial politics, you'll never get to a solution. You're only going to hurt more people. That is what I truly believe. But I did want to take a moment because we do like to look at things internationally as well as domestically on this program. We try to understand what's happening around the world and how America is being influenced, because the weaker that America has become, the worse the situation has become around the world. Now, we've mentioned it before. The thing that started the most recent escalation of violence and terrorism around the world has been Joe Biden with his actions in Afghanistan. The world saw that he was busy running with his tail between his legs, scrambling, rushing to get the United States military to run away from the Taliban. The Taliban. And to take and to leave the Taliban all of our weapons, to leave them tanks, to leave them trucks, to leave them helicopters, and all of the ammunition and firearms they need to create a world army, an actual army. In Afghanistan, first time terrorists have actually had an actual army. And that's all because of Joe Biden. That weakness, that failure to lead has then led to Russia invading the Ukraine, China threatening Taiwan, North Korea threatening South Korea and Japan. That we have seen an escalation where every country in the world, including Iceland and Guam, have been militarizing. That is a fact. We've gone over that many, many times. The news is out there in the world. You're not being told that in the United States, but everyone overseas is hearing about this on a regular basis. So we're seeing this increase more and more. I'm going to get to your comments in 1 second. I do see your questioning, Dal. I'll ask that in a second. So as we have seen the militarization increase, we've also seen that the allies of the United States are less and less trusting. Now, that's not just because of the fact that it is directly because we abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan. Then just before the start of the Ukraine-Russia war, Joe Biden went on NBC talking to Lester Holt and said the 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine, including the children of those adults, they're all on their own. The United States government abandoned them, said, figure it out, find your own way home. So that's 15,000 Americans in harm's way that we just said, figure it out. If we would do that, if Joe Biden will do that to American citizens, what is he going to do to help Japan? What's he going to do to the United Kingdom or Germany? We're not going to help our allies. If we won't help our own people, which is the obligation of our government, it is a requirement that we must protect American citizens overseas as well as at home. That's why the government exists. And if he's not willing to do that, do you think he really cares about a treaty with some other country that will not get him reelected? I don't think so. And because of that, we've seen a breakdown. Now, part of when Joe Biden ran away from Afghanistan, he also gave the keys to the Taliban. Mind you, again, this is Joe Biden who did it. I know he recently said, well, it's all Trump's fault. Joe Biden was in office. Joe Biden gave the orders. Joe Biden is commander-in-chief. All of this happened under Joe Biden. It has nothing to do with Trump. You don't have to like Trump or you could love Trump. It doesn't matter. Joe Biden gave the orders. Joe Biden gave the keys to the Taliban to the prison with 5,000 members of ISIS, Al Qaeda, and the Taliban in prison. Joe Biden did that. No one else. And when Joe Biden did that, Taliban went through and released them all. Since that day, we have seen that the global terror in the world has increased. We have seen it in Burkina Faso. I know, a country so small, most people don't even know where it is. Central Africa, doesn't matter. We have seen governments being toppled and attempted to be toppled because ISIS has reasserted itself. And now we are seeing that what else is happening? Now there's the news that over the last 2 days, in the Sudan, a place notorious for attempts at genocide based on religious beliefs, they're back at it again. They have been at this for well over 2 decades. And according to The Guardian, they're back at it again, back into the fighting. This is terrifying to me. Let me get back to some of the comments. I know there was a, whoops, sorry. I know, hit the wrong button again. Okay, there we go. I know there was a comment, a question that came in from Dal, and I want to answer that. So bear with me, folks. I just want to make sure. Dal is asking me, have you heard of anything about Russian missiles being activated towards the California coast? No, I have not heard about that. I do know that China has been working on their submarines and their navy. I do know that North Korea has been using hypersonic missiles given to them, the technology given to them by China, that they have been exporting that technology to Iran and we believe to Russia as well. We do know that North Korea has been working on submarines as well, and that North Korea has enough missiles with nuclear armed ICBMs. They have the capability to hit the United States. Even with a shield, you remember the Ronald Reagan shield? Well, it's been effective, but North Korea has enough missiles now, enough ICBMs, they can hit the United States. So I've heard about that, but I have not heard about Russian missiles being activated. The only thing I've heard is Russia wants to put missiles in Belarus, which is right above, for most people who aren't familiar with the geography, Belarus is part of the old Soviet Union. It's just north of the Ukraine. And traditionally, both of those countries were part of the Soviet bloc, or what we consider Russia. So that's, they're thinking of putting missiles there, which threatens Europe and the United Kingdom and, of course, the United States. I do not believe, will you teach me, I don't believe that Russia activating missiles is an act of war or a war crime. But it is something that is in contention. I'm going to get, and I understand, I'm going to get to the leak of evidence. We've got a couple hours. We do this show. This isn't a 15-minute show. For those who are newer on the program, I will get to the news leak, the Pentagon leak, the 21-year-old kid. We're going to talk about that. We're going to be here for a little while. The show normally goes for about 3 hours, if not longer. So we're going to give it its due, because unlike major media, we're not going to rush through it in a minute and a half so you don't have time to process what has been said and the evidence that's being shown to you. We don't do that. Yeah, Dal, Russia has been threatening about using nuclear weapons over the Ukraine, against the United States, against Ukraine for some time. to my knowledge, that is bluster. And even the threat, or even if they activate missiles, that is not considered. The United States activates our nuclear missiles from time to time as well, just to make sure that the engines on the missiles work. It's part of testing them. So it's not necessarily seen as a threat. They would have to do more than that to be taking on a threatening position. That's just as far as I know. There may be articles or information I'm not aware of on that. Let me catch up to the comments. So, thank you everyone for the comments. I'm just trying to keep up with them as we go through some of the other stories. So I want you to understand, and perhaps this is the first time anyone has been honest enough with you to let you understand how what happens in America, what happens with Joe Biden, is having an international impact, but that also has an impact back in the United States. So as I mentioned, Joe Biden released the prisoners. He gave the Taliban the keys, and ISIS came back into the world, and they are resurging. They are surging in Syria. They are surging throughout Africa. Africa is having more terrorism, and they're having more civil wars that are ongoing because of ISIS and Al-Qaeda coming back into Africa. But it doesn't end there, because coming as the refugees are running away from Africa, as they're running away from Syria, as they're running away from ISIS, well, ISIS is also embedding themselves, as they have always done, in some of those refugees. And so they have their agents trying to enter into the United States, either as a refugee or illegally through our southern border, which is wide open. And we know there's been more than 5.5 million illegal aliens under Joe Biden alone. It is a massive, record-breaking amount that is expected to go even higher. And so as ISIS is creating more and more global unrest because of the civil wars and the, religious terrorism that they're doing, they're also trying to get in. And that's why in 2022, 98 terrorists, or individuals believed to be terrorists, tried to enter the United States and were caught. We have no idea how many got away. We know that 600,000 people got away from the United States, were not counted. They entered the United States illegally. We have no idea how many of those were terrorists or linked to terrorist organizations or to gangs like MS-13. We have no idea. So we know 98 attempted terrorist invasions into the United States, with at least 6 of them known to have a plan to execute, to assassinate elected officials in the United States. We know that for a fact. The thing that should scare you is what we don't know. So when we say this is affecting the globe, but it's affecting America, that's how it affects us. Biden ran away, gave the keys to the Taliban. Taliban releases ISIS. ISIS goes into Africa, tries to create civil wars and turmoil and take over governments. People escape Africa, coming to the United States, saying they need to be refugees and to come across our southern border, and ISIS comes along with them. This is how he makes America worse. That's how he gives up. He's redistributing our power to ISIS, to Al-Qaeda, to the Taliban. He's redistributing our power to other parts of the world and creating a weakness in America that is being exploited. And that's a problem. But no one wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to actually, the mainstream news media doesn't want to talk about this. In fact, we get punished. This channel is suppressed because we dare actually ask you to think, because we dare to ask you a question and show you the evidence. And if I was wrong, where are all the Democratic politicians who know me by name, whose staff know me by reputation? Where are they? I've been here 17 years. They just don't want to talk. Why? It's not they don't know me. It's because they're afraid. because they can't win this argument. Not against someone who isn't being motivated by emotion. So I did want to mention something else, and then we're going to get to, I want to cover Europe a little bit. Because I expect this is something that's going to be coming to America from Europe. So, stepping away from the hard issues, let's talk about this. Be aware, in America, right now in Amsterdam, and in the Netherlands, and in London, in the United Kingdom, they now have new body positivity channels, okay, where they are giving, see these kids, these children. The reason why this kid has their mouth open agape, why this one is stunned. Look at this kid, stunned. All the kids, stunned. This one seems to be, I don't know what that face is. But these kids are stunned and amazed and shocked because the United Kingdom is following a program from the Netherlands. They are taking grown adults and they are putting them in front of these kids naked. And they are playing this on national television. They have this on the national television. News BBC Channel 4 is showing naked adults to children ages 14 to 16. And in the Netherlands, they're showing this to 10 to 12-year-olds. 10 and 12-year-olds are being introduced to a bunch of naked people on national TV and in classrooms. I have no doubt that in San Francisco, in LA, in all of the Democratic strongholds, New York, Chicago, Delaware, Baltimore, that they are looking at this and going, we need to do this too. Portland and Seattle will probably be the first place that you will see this, that they are going to try and introduce naked adults to children. There's another word for this. It's called pedophilia. This is pedophilia, or if you want to go by the progressive term, minor attracted people. They are trying to normalize this. They are trying to make it seem like it's perfectly okay to have kids introduced, to show them naked adults in a classroom and to put that on TV. This is so subversive. It is wrong. It is sickening. It is pedophilia, which is minor attracted persons are pedophiles. That's it. That they just are. Because it is always, historically, throughout all of history in every country around the world for the last 15, 20,000 years, we have accepted that adults being naked in the presence of children isn't a good thing. That there is a separation between, unless it's your child in your home, just running around in public, there's something wrong with that. And that should be seen as wrong. It should be understood as wrong, as a problem. But in the United Kingdom, they say, well, it's body positive. It's body positivity. So the kids can know that not everyone looks like a rock star movie star. If the kids, all they have to do is go into a playground, walk down the street, look at all the parents of their friends, and they'll know in an instant everyone's body is different. Look at your friends. All their bodies are different. If you think kids are so stupid, they think that instead of the real world they live in, the real world is what they see on TV, you are underestimating the intelligence of children, yet another reason why children shouldn't vote. And we have to understand, you're corrupting their minds. This is wrong. It isn't body positive. It's pedophile positive. And they're like, oh, there's been 1,000 complaints at least if not more. And I don't see a reason. I can't think of one reason why you would want. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're straight. I don't care if you're whatever religion. I don't care about the color of your skin. I don't even care if you're trans. It's just wrong. There's no reason for that. And you can't even tell me it's sex education. What, are you going to suddenly have those naked men and women and individuals? They're all going to start having sex in front of each other? Are we going to have orgies that are going to be done in a classroom while kids are watching, while it's published on national TV? Because sex education. You know, one of the excuses they have for this is, well, kids go and see porn, so they just don't understand. Well, porn has different bodies too. There's your body positivity, so they don't need this. And this is pornographic. If you don't want kids to see porn, you don't want them to have these adults in their faces in classrooms and in national TV. It's pornographic. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just don't get it. And if I don't, I'm okay with that. But it doesn't make sense to me. But I think it's something you should be aware of because it is coming to America and it is sweeping through Europe. If it has gone from the Netherlands and now it's in the United Kingdom, that means it's going to France. It will reach Germany. Canada is not far behind them in adopting this. And I can tell you, it's probably only 2 years away before we start seeing people in California and Seattle and Portland that they're going to be screaming about, we've got to do this. Body positivity. You have to see my naked body. You have to see their naked bodies. Have to. It's not a choice. You've got to see it. Otherwise, you're not body positive. Screw you. I don't need to be positive about anyone's body except my own and maybe my significant other. That's it. I don't need to be positive about anyone else's body ever. And you can't force me to. And you damn sure shouldn't be forcing children who have no understanding of what is going on. You shouldn't do that to advance a political agenda so that they will say, well, it's normal. This is normal. Yeah, and that's when all of a sudden you have some, I don't know, some politician, some Epstein Island person who suddenly goes, hey, but I've got an island full of young children, body positivity. We're introducing them to sex. See, that's the problem with it all. I got a massive problem with that. You want to tell me adults doing things? Adults are adults. This is children we're talking about. And they tell us that we're the bad guys because children have to be introduced. If you don't agree with them, you're the bad guy. I don't understand it. I do not understand it. It's very upsetting to me. So I had to address that. And equally, I do also want to address the fact you may have forgotten, and I know the news media is counting on the fact that you forgot that Germany had to go and get a third of its electricity from coal. Now, this is an important story because this is about inflation. This is about the recession that we are in that is going to affect everyone in America, but no one wants to tell you the truth. No one wants to tell you all the parts that are involved in this. They don't want you to think it through. Back in September, because of Russia fighting with the Ukraine, because Germany was helping the Ukraine, Russia decided to cut off the gas. Now, it's kind of funny because Europe has been so obsessed with green energy that they can't make enough energy. So they have coal. They turned off the coal plants because they're going to have windmills and they're going to have solar, which is helping China. But they said that's going to take care of it. And they're getting rid of their nuclear power plants and they're getting rid of their coal-fired power plants because green energy will take care of it all. And at the same time, they were still getting natural gas and oil from Russia. Well, Russia got into a war. Russia said, you're helping the people they don't like. So Russia said, we'll turn off the oil and gas, which they did. And so what happened, Germany said, well, all that green energy, those windmills and those solar plants don't work. Green energy didn't make up the difference. So they had to go and turn on the coal power plants, which they did in September, to get a third of their electricity because green energy didn't work. Well, here's the thing that wound up happening next. We now see that Germany is shutting down its nuclear power plants. They are in the process of shutting down. Mind you, the Ukraine-Russia war is still ongoing. Germany still needs oil and gas from Russia. They know they don't get enough. They have coal power plants that are running right now. And the last cleanest place they can get energy from is nuclear, and they're deciding they're going to turn it off. Does that make sense to anyone? Green energy isn't working. It's so bad, and they're in such a deficit that they need coal power, which is dirty, to use that. Nuclear is cleaner, but they're getting rid of their clean power because climate change, and nuclear is cleaner than coal. So if you're going for climate change, you should go nuclear, but they're not. They're going with coal. And this is a problem. And they're saying, well, no, but this is good for the climate somehow. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. Now, how does that affect the rest of the world? Well, it affects the rest of the world because they still don't have enough electricity. And if they had to go back to getting coal power, well, that means they're going to rely more and more on gas, oil, and coal going forward. Yes, they're trying to build more windmills. Yes, they're trying to build more solar. And that's going to take another 2, 3, 5 years to build. And even then, it's not consistent. It doesn't work. If it did work, they wouldn't need the coal power plants back on that I showed you they did. So they need more coal. And they need more oil and gas. That means the price of energy in the world is going to increase. Because they got to get the oil and gas from somewhere. They've got to get the coal from somewhere. And if they're not buying it from Russia, because Russia's at war with Ukraine, and Russia doesn't want to give it to them, then the cost of oil and gas is going to go up in the world. They could get it from America, except America is cutting back. We're energy dependent. We need more oil and gas from over around the world rather than being energy independent. So we can't give it to Germany because we don't even have enough for ourselves. Thus, the inflation we see right now is going to go higher. The recession we are in and have been in since the summer of 2022 is going to get deeper and last longer. This is why you should care about this, not because of green energy, but because of what's your own pocket. It's important to you because it's going to cost you more money to drive to and from work, to go and get groceries, to keep your house warm in the winter, and to keep it cool in the summer. This is going to affect your pocket because Germany decided, let's go woke. They want to be green, and green doesn't work. That's just the reality of it. But no one's telling you this. They don't want you to think about this. You're not supposed to put this together. You're not supposed to consider that these things are happening. And this is only helping China. Let me look at a source. Let me show you what I mean here. This is from Deutsche Welle. That's the German news, okay? This is the German news broadcast in English, Deutsche Welle. And in this, they were a journalist is asking a question of this international economist. I want you to hear what he has to say here. It's very important.
IMF economists earlier this week who warned that this kind of fragmentation of global trade, that these new lines drawn over trade relationships, whether from the U.S. or from China or even Europe, that they'll cost the West in terms of prosperity. How concerned should we be about that? As briefly as you can.
So before he starts, what is this conversation about? Trade, international trade. China is becoming a power. The United States, because we are energy independent, because we are a service economy, thank you, Barack Obama, and we're no longer a manufacturing country, because we are dependent on China for the goods. 40% of all goods made in the United States, or rather sold in the United States, come from China. Europe is just about at the same level. Because of our dependence on China, which is aligned with Russia, we have a problem going forward. And the journalist is asking this economist, is that true? Here's the answer.
Yeah, I think we should be concerned. I mean, but I don't think there's anything that we can really do about it, because the Chinese are concerned to kind of purify their own supply chains. You know,
the Chinese have self-sufficiency. The Chinese can take care of themselves. The Chinese are working to be independent of the United States, of reliance on U.S. oil and energy, of not having to worry about dealing with Europe for their goods, that they are working with North Korea, Iran, and Russia to be able to keep their country going, even if Europe doesn't like it. China is winning, he goes on to say.
They have this big program of self-reliance. And in liberal democracies, you know, we kind of want to keep China out of what we think are national security sensitive areas. So I don't think there's any choice, really. I mean, the supply chains will become more expensive and more fragmented.
There you go. This is an international economist speaking to the German news media, Deutsche Welle, and he's telling you right here, the supply chains are going to become more expensive because China is independent, because China is becoming self-sufficient, because China is becoming more powerful. Germany is an example of Germany becoming more dependent. Germany they need coal. They need something to replace the nuclear. They need something to supplement the wind and the solar. They need energy. They are dependent. They are at the whim of OPEC, as an example, Russia, as another example, and they're at the whims of China, which is manufacturing some 30% of all goods sold in Europe. This is happening in the United States as well. We are dependent on China. So all China has to do is every time China has a slowdown in the supply line, the United States inflation jumps. The recession becomes deeper because they make our stuff. We don't make it ourselves. And that is a problem. They are stronger and they're getting stronger because America is becoming weaker. Because America isn't manufacturing, because America isn't energy independent. And that hurts Europe and the United Kingdom and Canada, all of our allies. It is hurting them and making China stronger, and China knows it. And you better be ready for it because the prices are going higher. It's not me telling you this. Here's the not me. This is an economist. This is Deutsche Welle. This is the German TV. They are telling you themselves. Oh, you didn't hear this on CNN? You didn't hear this on MSNBC? Because they don't want you to know. Because American media does not want you to think. Even in Germany, they said, make sure it's a short answer. Make it quick. Don't give people enough to think about. Except I've been thinking about this a long time. They don't want you to think, but they can't hide it from everyone. They have to address it at least a little bit. They know that. And that's why they're going through this. But they know that they are wrong. They know that they are hurting people. And Beijing is laughing their butts off. I mean, look at this. This is coming from WION. Again, another international news agency. April 6th. What are they talking about? Back-to-back world leaders are going to Beijing. They're going to China. They're having conversations. That's French President Macron has just been there. What's happening in Brazil? They're talking to China. They're talking to China in a way that may shock you because, as we can see in this article, this is from SCMP, South China News. Brazilian president wraps up China visit by telling the United States to stop encouraging war in Ukraine. We are being schooled and scolded by Brazil. The United States, Joe Biden is being scolded by Brazil on behalf of China. This is how much respect Joe Biden has in the world. This is how much fear he inspires. This is how much leadership is being seen around the world. Who's the leader? Well, where is everyone taking their sides? We're seeing the European Union, France, are taking the side of China. Brazil and much of South America is taking the side of China. We're seeing Africa. Who are they beholden to? China. China's taking the lead, not Joe Biden. No one's asking Joe Biden's opinion. No one's trusting Joe Biden. No one's asking Joe Biden. Honestly, they're not asking Joe Biden to talk about peace. They're asking Joe Biden to accept the peace talks that China has done. Looking at the story, and I quote, "The United States needs to stop encouraging war and start talking about peace." They're saying Joe Biden's a warmonger. Going on. "The European Union needs to start talking about peace." In other words, follow France's Macron, go and help China. Going on. "In that way, the international community will be able to, quote, convince Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky that, quote, peace is in the interest of the whole world," end quote. This is being quoted by Brazilian President Luiz da Silva, Lula. A joint statement by China and Brazil on Friday called on more countries to play a constructive role in promoting a political resolution to the Ukraine crisis and said both countries will maintain communications on this issue. Brazil is working with China, so is France. They're working against the United States. They're working with China. And it's important to understand part of the reason for this is China overtook the U.S. as Brazil's top trading partner in 2009. Thank you, President Obama. And is a major market for the country's soybeans, beef, sugar, iron ore, and crude oil. Brazil is also the biggest recipient of Chinese investment in Latin America, according to Chinese state media. Oh, thank you, Obama. We became a service economy, and China took over. China's getting oil from Brazil. China's involved in Latin America. China's made the investments in Africa. What is the Biden, Barack Obama, what are they doing? Again, you may not see this directly, but what we are seeing is a lineup. Country after country is afraid of China. They are beholden to China. China has a stranglehold on their economy, on the goods that they need, their supply lines. And China is becoming more and more independent. They don't need U.S. oil because there isn't any. They don't need to worry about what Europe says. They make your goods for them. They're not dependent on them. They can get the oil from Iran. They can get goods and resources from Russia. They get it from Africa. They're getting it from South America. Do you see what's happening here? And the United States knows that they are in trouble. They know that they're having a problem here because then we go to, this is from Nikkei Asia, and this article came out yesterday, the 15th. Blinken, United States Secretary of State Blinken, is urging Vietnam to upgrade to U.S. ties. Upgrade our ties. We need to be more friends. Vietnam should be on our side, not China's side. And I quote again, we think this is a good moment to go even further, and by that we mean this is to make even more effective the existing cooperation that we have, and then to work in new areas of cooperation and collaboration in the partnership. In other words, what we have just heard Blinken said is, please, we're begging you, work with us. Please, don't cut us off. That's what Blinken is saying in a very diplomatic manner. Going on, he says, it was very much a part of the conversations that we had today. He was begging Vietnam not to abandon America. That's what that paragraph says. Going on. The U.S. is also moving to boost relations with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. We are begging Southeast Asia not to give up on the United States. As part of that effort, the United States has been invited to Vietnam to participate in negotiations on the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework along with other nations. But here's the key. Vietnam's President Trong visited with China in last October, and the old pro-U.S. president of Vietnam resigned because of corruption, and that is why Vietnam is more closely tied to Beijing. Vietnam is taking China's side, not the United States. And the only thing that the United States can say is they can beg to have Vietnam stay with America. They're begging. They're begging Southeast Asia. Does that sound like a strong leader to you? Does that sound like someone people want to follow? Does that sound like someone people will support? And if they are not supporting us, that means we're not trading with them. That means the American economy is worse. It means that we can export less things. We have our economy gets worse, the recession gets deeper, inflation gets higher. To buy things costs more money. This is critical to understand. This is our economy and the economy of Europe that are tied together. And they're telling us Biden is on a begging tour of Europe and the rest of the world. And he is trying to hold everything together as more and more nations say, screw you, you're weak, you have no plan, you're not effective, and they're going with China because China looks like they are. That should scare people because these countries are working to get rid of the United States dollar. They're trying to get rid of the dollar. And if the United States loses the dollar, we lose everything. And you can't say, well, at least we have Europe. Europe is our ally. They're going to back us because of NATO. Except that's not true either. Right now, NATO is in the middle of its own fight. Poland and Hungary are fighting with the European Union because Poland and Hungary, they don't want to have any of the grain, which is inflationary. They want to hold back Russian and Ukrainian wheat and crops, basically, wheat and corn. And to do that, that will make their goods in Poland and Hungary better, but it hurts Russia. That's why they're doing this. Poland and Hungary are looking to punish Russia. Russia is in control of the wheat in Ukraine because the Ukraine has about 30% of the food in the world comes from the Ukraine, which is now controlled by Russia. They want to hurt Russia. They don't want to buy Russian food. Well, that makes food more expensive. It helps the economy for Poland and Hungary. It hurts Russia a lot more than sanctions do. But Europe doesn't want to pay more. They already have inflation. They can't afford it because their energy is coming from Russia. They can't afford the higher price, and the United States isn't stepping in to help anyone. So right now, we have NATO in the middle of a fight because one side wants to fight Russia and don't care about inflation, and you've got the other side of Europe that's fighting because they're terrified of inflation, and not thinking about Russia long term. There is no one else who's talking about this. This is your economy for the next 5 years. This is how it's going to affect your pocket for the next 5 years. And while we have the major news media telling you Russia's losing, don't worry, Russia's losing, Russia's going to win. Russia's going to lose. Russia's going to lose. Ukraine's going to win. That's not what's happening in the world. And that's not what's happening to your pocketbook. And no one wants to take the time to actually have a conversation with you about it. Now, again, as we have said before, if you disagree, you can call into 607-242-9247. You can say, Mike, you misunderstand the economic situation in Europe. You misunderstand the economics of China and how that's affecting the United States. If you think energy, green energy, is the solution to everything, fantastic. You can call into 607-242-9247 and tell me how I'm wrong. I'm happy to hear that. In fact, I would like to be wrong. I hope I am wrong. I hope Europe has a better hold on this, that China isn't taking over Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia all at the same time. I hope I'm wrong about that, and that people trust Joe Biden and they're depending on America. I hope that was the case, but it's not. That's not the truth. And I'm at least honest enough to have that conversation with you because I know that you can think it through and make the choices for yourself. But we're not seeing the rest of the news media do that because they don't believe you. So, with that said, give me a second here. I just want to type a message real quick. So let's talk about the Pentagon info leak. Let's have that conversation. I know there were a bunch of people who were waiting for that, who wanted to talk about that. Let's have that conversation. I know everyone's heard about what happened. And we've heard parts of it. Now, one of the things that bugs me about this is it reminds me completely of what we saw with Hillary Clinton, to an extent. This is like in 2015, when Hillary Clinton had an illegal server for all of her emails and all of her information because she was Secretary of State. And she was illegally carrying classified information and hiding it. And she got caught. And one of the things she got caught breaking is this law, United States Code 18, Section 1924, which is removing or housing classified information in an unauthorized location. Now you'll say, Mike, but what does that mean? I don't understand it. Hillary Clinton did the same thing that this 21-year-old Massachusetts Air National Guard kid did, okay? What she did is she took classified information and she put it on her computer. That's as simple as it can be explained. It doesn't get more simple than that, and that is a crime. It is a crime whether you think it's a crime or not, whether you intend it to be a crime or not. And we knew that in 2015. In 2016, Hillary Clinton was absolved of committing the crime that this 21-year-old kid just did. The kid did not intend to break the law. He didn't intend to get caught. He didn't intend to hurt the United States. Just like Hillary Clinton didn't intend those things. But they broke the law. Hillary Clinton was let go. She's free, clear. This kid's getting reamed. He's getting reamed hard. They have bent him over and they put him in prison and they just soaped him up. And I think that's a problem. Oh, Dow says, what's the likelihood that an Air National Guardsman can get close enough to the Joint Chiefs level classified reports? Was this guy a database technician for a base or something? He's a technician, yes. But and that's the thing I don't understand. Look, I've been in the military, and I understand that you can, depending on what you do in the military, you may have access to secret or top secret or above top secret information. Okay? That, like anyone who works in communications, has a secrecy rating. You have to. You can't do communications without having a secrecy rating. And I worked in communications in the military. Fantastic. I was investigated by the DOD and the NSA. I have a secrecy rating, or at least I used to when I was in the military. I had a secrecy rating, and that allowed me to do communications. And I was also aware of what crime it was to copy that secret information, and to pass it on to anyone else. It was a national threat. But there were still levels of information I could not get access to. I could not get information above a certain classification. How this kid, who's been in the military 2 years, has access to literally Pentagon level information, I have no idea. It does not make any sense. It means a lot of people failed in a hell of a lot of ways. And if this kid has access to that kind of information, a hell of a lot of people have it. If this kid, who's almost the bottom of the barrel of the Air Force in terms of rank, he's inconsequential in the Air Force. That's the level of his rank. He's an E3. He has no rank whatsoever. This E3, if he has that access, what are the sergeants, the staff sergeants, the gunnery sergeants? What about the officers? We're talking about the lieutenants, the captains, the majors. What access to information do they have? What have they taken home? If no one noticed that he's taking information home, it's because they're doing it too. Because they took stuff too. That's what I believe. This kid didn't do it on his own. And that should scare people. That should really scare people that this is an example of something that has become rampant. That this 21-year-old was able to access such top-level information. And I think that's something that's brand new. This is something that's happening now because we have seen that the Biden-Harris administration, much like the Obama-Biden administration, do not care about the military. That they are reducing the capability and the capability and willingness of the military to do its job. And it's coming from the top down. General Milley is more concerned about making sure that the officers and the troops are aware of white rage and that they're taking classes on diversity and equity. He's more concerned about that than what they're doing with classified information. And that's coming from Biden through General Milley to the rest of the troops. This is why we have a problem. Dow says correct. 2 years and access. It makes no sense to him. Either as a translator, access to anything would have been severely limited. Everyone I talk to in the military doesn't understand this. Everyone who served in the military, like I have, are looking at this going, this kid should never have this information. You can't tell me, well, he's a tech, so he's got no, he doesn't get that. The secrecy level we're talking about, he doesn't have access to. He just doesn't. There are several layers of investigation from the DOD, from the NSA that have to go on, that you have to be approved for. As the higher the secrecy level gets, the more access you have, the more that they investigate you to make sure you're not stupid enough to take secret information and show off to your friends and go, look what I have. I mean, that's why they have ratings, so that people who would do something stupid like that, who are easily manipulated by spies, will not be able to give information to those spies. But the fact that it is happening is only because Biden-Harris, just like Obama-Biden, don't care about the military. They don't care about how it functions. They don't like the military. They are trying to shrink and destroy the military. And because they're trying to destroy the military, to weaken our capabilities, to make our military less effective, because they're so busy trying to make our military warm and fuzzy and progressive. I mean, that's what General Milley's talking about. All of his officers have to read about white rage. He's worried about white rage in the military. Screw you. You know what I was worried about when I was in the Marine Corps? I was worried about the enemy. I was worried about how I could shoot them better. I was worried about how we could flank and outmaneuver the enemy and stay alive. How I could keep myself alive and I could keep the Marine next to me alive. And that Marine was thinking about the same thing. That was our concern. How do we keep each other alive so that we don't have to worry about the enemy? That was our concern. What was the concern of our sergeants, our captains, our majors? Hell, I had a friend of mine, my drinking buddy he was a top. Master Gunnery Sergeant. Doesn't matter. I won't talk about him. Master Gunners was a great guy. Master Gunnery Sergeant was concerned about one thing. How do we do our job well and stay alive, and to make sure that the enemy cannot do better? That's it. We had a military that was functioning to make sure we were okay. Users have been banned mentions. Well, now, since misgendering someone can hurt them, they need to train you on that. Screw that. Dude, we weren't worried about someone's feelings. That's not what the military's there for. I understand that's what the ads are for, which is why no one's joining the military anymore. We just saw that the Army missed their recruitment totals. So did the Navy. They missed their recruitment targets because they're talking about let's be warm, fuzzy, and friendly and progressive. I'm sorry. That's not what the military's for. You're there to kill somebody. You're there to kill the enemy. You're there to hurt the enemy. It's not about being warm and fuzzy. I don't care what your feelings are. A military isn't there to care about how you feel. In fact, that's the reason why we have the UCMJ, Unified Code of Military Justice, because you're no longer an American citizen. You don't have the rights of an American citizen. A lot of Americans don't know this. When you join the military, it's not the contract that you sign. It's the moment that you swear in. When you swear in, you swear that you no longer have any rights. You give up all of your constitutional rights as an American citizen, and you accept the military's rights, which are very, very different. Very simply, the simplest example of the difference between military rights and constitutional rights. In the Constitution, Nancy Pelosi got this wrong, but in the Constitution, you are innocent until proven guilty beyond a shadow of doubt. Yes, that includes President Trump. Think about that, Nancy. Get it right. You are innocent until proven guilty beyond a shadow of doubt. Under the United States Unified Code of Military Justice, for every member of the United States military, you are guilty until proven innocent beyond a shadow of doubt. You start off as guilty, and then you have to prove you're not. Not just a little bit, but completely not wrong. If you're wrong even a little bit, you're still guilty. You're still as guilty as if you committed the crime all the way. That's the difference between the military and civilian life. Okay? It makes a big difference. And when you swear in, you stop being an American citizen and you become property of the United States military. This is the same how every military in the world operates, as far as I'm aware. Agent Black, if you're still with us over in the UK, I know it's 7 hours ahead for you, but if you're still with us, please correct me, or if anyone else is watching the show from overseas, in whichever country it may be, please correct me if I'm wrong, but every military says the same thing. You're not a citizen, you're the property of the military. Now, I'm saying this for a reason, to let you understand that warm and fuzzy doesn't work. We're playing a social experiment under the Biden-Harris administration to try and bring in progressive politics and feelings into the military where you're property. Property doesn't have feelings. No one cares what your feelings are. If you're in a ditch being shot at, you feel miserable. No one cares. If you're behind enemy lines and you haven't been able to get back to your base, you're hungry, no one cares. Okay? Your feelings don't matter. That's not what the job is. And I don't care how many commercials they have with two moms and living and being a cheerleader or whatever at some sorority. No one cares. Don't care if you like your job. Don't care if you feel good. Don't care what you think. It is meaningless. The mission is defeat the enemy, period. I don't care how you feel about it. Get it done. This is every military in the world. And every military in the world understands that. And that's why, except for militaries that have that obligate you to join them, we have a volunteer military. When you volunteer to do this, this is what it is. So when we are playing this game of feelings, we instantly introduce weakness into our military. And that's what we see Joe Biden is looking for. He's looking to have feelings. That's what General Milley, Mark Milley, who we believe is a traitor to the United States and should be removed, not resigned, removed and tried for treason. He should not be in the United States military, let alone in the Pentagon, the Joint Chiefs. He should be gone. General Mark Milley is horrendous, and his emphasis on feelings goes against every part of military doctrine that you can think of. There isn't a military in the world that is focused on feelings. Not any of them that are successful anyway. Yes. Okay, so Agent Black, who is from the UK, is mentioning that I'm correct. To his knowledge, you're the property. User has been banned mentions. You become the property of the government. It's about going through the mission. It's not about your feelings. And see, the problem is when we start looking at feelings, well, what do we get? Well, what we get is what we have now. We have a kid, a airman first class, 21 years old, who has unauthorized retention and transmission of national defense information and the unauthorized removal and retention of classified documents or materials. In other words, he's got the same thing that Hillary Clinton had, which is US 18 USC Section 1924. Same thing that Hillary Clinton did. That's what this kid has. Same thing. He broke the rules. Broke the rules, has information that he shouldn't have. He's the same problem. But I guarantee you he's not going to be treated like Hillary Clinton was. This kid's going to get raked over a coal. They are going to screw this kid as hard as they possibly can. And I'm not against that. I should mention, I want this kid to get punished. He should be punished as hard as possible. So should Snowden. So should Chelsea Manning. They all should be in jail for the rest of their lives. I have no problem with that. Because they all cost Americans lives. And this kid in the Pentagon, the news media is trying to cover this up. This is from Yahoo News. and this came out on April 13th. Pentagon leak raises troubling questions. It raises more than just troubling questions, but is unlikely to permanently alter U.S. relations with allies. You don't need to permanently change them. You just need to change them enough. It just needs to have weakness for a time. And that's it. If you have a front, a military front, you're fighting a war, and only part of it is weak, it collapses the whole thing. This is basic military doctrine. This is basics. If part of the chain, if you have a chain and one of the links is weak, the chain breaks. Doesn't matter if the rest of it's strong, it breaks. So, and I'm going to get to your question, Agent Black, about scapegoat in a second, but I want to make sure this is clear for people, because the media doesn't want you to think it's a big deal. They want to focus on, well, this guy, he's Republican, and he likes guns, and he likes racist memes, and he's a Republican. Well, first of all, who cares what his political preference is? It's meaningless. That doesn't change what happened or why it happened. He's fond of guns. So are most people in the military. That's why, maybe that's part of the reason why they're in the military. So who cares? By the way, we have a Second Amendment. You can be fond of guns. Do you like John Wick? You like it because of the guns, right? That's not new. And that doesn't mean anything. He likes video games. Oh my God, the kid likes video games. Really? We're trying to demonize this kid because he likes video games? How is that relevant at all? It isn't relevant. It has nothing to do with anything. And lots of people in the military, outside the military, I like video games. I'm 55. Does that mean that I'm some kind of, I don't know, spy for whatever country that I'm trying to destroy America? No. It's a stupid statement. Yes, and you make a good point. What kind of racist? It's a racist meme. What are you defining as a racist meme? Can you show us an example? Can you link to an example? This is like Elon Musk talking with the BBC. Do you have an example? Can you even show us one example? You're saying that in the last 2 days, you found out everything about this kid and say, well, he supports racist memes. Show us one. Give me an example. How do I know it's racist? So he's in this group, and they're trying to tell us, well, see, it's not a big deal because Chelsea Manning's leak and Edward Snowden's leak, they were bigger. They were bigger problems. Those were the problems. This is the little thing. It only told Russia exactly what we know about what they are doing. It only showed the world that we're spying on our friends. It only told them how we are trying to adapt to what is happening in the Ukraine. It only gave away essential military doctrine and ideology. Yeah, that's just a little thing. It's not a big deal. It's not giving away everything. It's not endangering lives of people around the world and making things worse. I mean, we still have, South Korea is still pissed off at us because of Kamala Harris. And now you're telling South Korea, our friends, that, you know what, we're spying on you. We have access to your private conversations. We're listening to everything that you're saying. Gee, that makes me feel more confident. And I know every country spies on every country. Of course they do. England is spying on the U.S., Canada is spying on the U.S., Cuba spying on North Korea. Every country spies on everyone. You just don't get caught. That's basic intelligence work 101. Don't get caught. It isn't that hard. And when you do, you get embarrassed. And in particular, what did we get caught? Were we spying on their manufacturing? Were we spying on their trade secrets? No, we were spying on their private conversations of the top leaders of those nations. Do you think that President Moon of South Korea is more, excuse me, President Yoon of South Korea, is he more or less likely to trust Joe Biden, knowing that Joe Biden is spying on his private conversations and has access to everything that President Yoon actually thinks? Is that going to make him more friendly or less friendly? Because I think the answer is obvious. So this isn't just a minor leak. They want you to think this is no big deal. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. It has no impact. That's what the media wants you to think. It doesn't matter. Yes, it does. So let me go back to some of the comments here. So Asian Black says, is he a scope? What are the chances that this kid is a scapegoat and that he had access, that he didn't have access, but that's being thrown on him? That he is just to fall on his sword and he is the excuse to make this all go away. Because we don't want to have a repeat of what happened with the Supreme Court, where there was a leak and we have no idea where it came from and they stopped looking. Is this kid just he's the fall guy? He's low rank, doesn't have any power, no one cares about him. They're just going to dump it all on this kid, whether it's real or not, and blow it up and throw him in a cell and lock the key and just throw away the key. Is that what happened here? I don't think so. I don't think that's the case because I don't think they're smart enough to do this. I don't think General Milley's smart enough. I don't think that Joe Biden is. And I don't think that anyone around the world is buying it. This is meant to keep us distracted from asking serious questions. The serious questions like, how did this kid get access of that kind of level? How many people, if this kid can get that access, how many other people of higher rank and more experience and more security clearance levels, what kind of access do they have? How many people are walking away with this information? Think about it. He's the Air National Guard. That means he's only there part-time. How many other part-timers have taken information just like this kid has? Who are they giving it to? You know what I'd like to know? I'd like to know which college this kid went to, if he went to college. And I want to know, is there a Confucius Institute at that college? Which means that there are spies at his college. And are those spies, knowing that he's in the military, are they part of the groups that he's sending this information to? Again, this is a question. I'm asking the question, and I think it's an important question. Do we know if this kid if the Confucius Institute, known for creating spies in our colleges, did this kid have access to a college where he would have maybe been introduced to the Confucius Institute spies? No one wants to ask that question. Excuse me. And you're not even supposed to know that that is a question that you could ask. Excuse me. Most people don't even know that that's a question that you can ask, or that that's a problem that exists in America. It's like the University of Delaware, which had a Confucius Institute at the same time that Eric Swalwell was going to the University of Delaware. And what did we see as a result of that? Well, that's how Eric Swalwell, we believe, that's how Eric Swalwell met Fen Fen, the Chinese spy that he was sleeping with, that was getting information from the House Intelligence Committee through Eric Swalwell. That's how that. So we should know, did this kid go to a college that had the Confucius Institute? Were there potential spies who are part of his group and were using him without his knowledge to get information? And how many other people are doing the same thing? User has been banned says, I remember around 9/11, something about a huge spy operation here in the US involving the phone system through Amdocs Limited. It's hard to find the Fox News report. Well, it's hard to find any report on it. But yes, I do remember that. But we're not supposed to see. The thing is, this is one big cover up. They are in a massive cover up right now because it's not just embarrassing, because there's yet another. This is the third massive leak of information under either Barack Obama and Joe Biden, and now under Biden and Kamala Harris. Do you notice the thing that's consistent there? Progressives, progressive ideology, and Joe Biden. You didn't see this happen under Trump. You didn't see this happen under Bush. You didn't even see it happen under Clinton. No, we're seeing this happen under the most progressive presidents, the most left-leaning as we get. At the same time that our military is getting weaker and more countries are going to China. Do you think this is helping France, Brazil, Africa, South America all take the side of China? Knowing that not only is China showing leadership, not only is China making all the business deals, not only is China in charge of the supply of all the goods, but also they know how to shut up and keep a secret. Do you think that's going to have an impact on the rest of the nation? I think that's important to understand. So, do I think this kid's a scapegoat? No. I don't think he's a scapegoat. I don't think he's smart enough. But he's a useful idiot that can be used and thrown away. And that he is stupid enough to do the things that they need. He's just dumb enough. And he probably, I'm telling you, he isn't smart enough to get away with this. This is systemic. If he did this, everyone above him is doing the same thing. If he was taking information, printing out copies, printing, he's taking photos and printing classified information, top secret information, above top secret information. No one else noticed? No one else could figure out that, hey, what are you printing today? What's that big, huge pile of stuff that you're printing? Oh, it's just, I have a report from my college. Here are all the tips to be able to play F1 manager. No, I don't think so. The kid at a military base, everyone was doing it, I'm sure. If we actually have a real DOD investigation, a real NSA investigation that is happening right now behind closed doors without getting the public involved, they are looking at that base top to bottom, and I guarantee you they are finding that this kid didn't do. How did he get taught to do all that? How did he know that he could get away with it? And the fact is, he did get away with it for months. It's because we have a weak. Yeah, and you're right. User has been banned mentions. Most copiers have access control these days. That they keep a recording of who made a copy and what they made a copy of. Somebody knew. They didn't care. No, he shouldn't have had access for all of it. I'm telling you, this is something that is much bigger. This kid is the fall guy. There are much bigger people involved that have way more involved. And that means the American military is more screwed up than we ever thought. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we have failed America even more than what you think we have. And that means we are weak. That means that we are weaker than just General Milley and his white rage. We're weaker than Joe Biden screaming, retreat, run away, run away, run away. That's a problem. That's dangerous. I think there's a lot of people who are, user has been banned. Oh, did I? Sorry, I hit the wrong button there. User has been banned mentions that there are a lot of people who are terrible at their jobs. I think it's an enormous number of people. I think this is a huge problem. And that we're not even going to ever see exactly how bad the problem is. We're not meant to even talk about it. They want to close this off as quick as possible. Which is why I think they found someone within a week. They found this kid as fast as possible because they need to shut this down as fast as possible. They need to have someone to blame it all on and to say it's all done while they try and fix all the holes, because they don't want people to think this only happens under weak presidents. This only happens when we have a weak military. They want to stop people from saying how weak the Biden-Harris administration is, how weak our military has become, so that we can save face with the rest of the world. So that China and North Korea and Iran and Russia don't look at this and go, there's no one holding us back now. They don't even know what they're doing. They're so screwed up in America, we can get away with anything. And I think that's what Russia is seeing right now. I think that's what North Korea and Iran are seeing right now. That the Biden administration is so screwed up. Mark Milley is so inefficient that you can do anything you want. I absolutely want this. Agent Black says that if this kid is responsible, he should face consequences. I absolutely want, like I said, I want him, Eric Snowden, and Chelsea Manning. I want them all in jail. They all deserve to rot in jail. They broke the law, a serious law, seriously endangering lives around the world. No, I want them in jail. This isn't temporary. It's not something that people are going to forget about. The world is going to react to this for a decade. This is going to have long-lasting impacts on our military and how our military is perceived around the world. Yeah, they should go to jail. And yes, user has been banned. This is part of the rot of corruption. This is part of the rot of progressivism and social experiments affecting the United States. Absolutely. This is why China is getting stronger. This is why America is getting weaker. And everyone in the world knows it. You can't hide it. When we're seeing stupid things like this, you get to understand how weak we are becoming and how little the rest of the world has respect or fear. And to be the strongest nation in the world, you need respect and fear. You absolutely need it. You can't do what America is meant to do and what America has been doing for a generation or two. You can't do that if people don't respect and fear you. And that's why global tensions are rising. It's why every country in the world is militarizing. Because America is not the big dog anymore, and nobody knows who it is. There's a power vacuum in the world, and China is trying to step in and take that over. And nobody knows if they will or won't. It's terrifying. Now, I'm more than happy to talk about this more, but I also want to talk about a few other things. So far, we've gone over what's happening with the United States in terms of the economy. We've been talking about how the economy in the United States is affecting Europe and the rest of the world. We've been talking about how China is making moves to take over more. I've been watching how this is being censored and suppressed by YouTube, Facebook, that they're trying to hold this back and not let people know about this or have this conversation. And I'm not stopping. Let's go back to something else. User has been banned says, China is definitely filling the power vacuum. The fact that they said to look at how we force woke, and China claims they will leave everyone to do their own thing. Oh, yeah. China says they would never make people woke. No, they'll just make you disappear. Ask the Uyghurs. You don't have to be woke. You just don't have to be in existence anymore. That's China's answer. It's kind of like when Obama said, I'm going to transform America, but not tell you what he's going to transform it into. Well, China's saying, yeah, we won't force you to be woke. We'll just make you disappear. They're leaving out that part, which is kind of important. But I want to switch gears a little bit here. Let's come back to the United States, directly in the United States. I'm not talking about the kid, although I'm more than happy to talk more about this if you guys want to. But I want you to hear something. This is how weak and dumb America is being led by the dumb and the weak and the politically motivated. This is political agendas 101. This is what's happening in our Congress right now. So this is a conversation that is happening right now. This is about 3 days ago. Representative Doug LaMalfa, who is a Republican out of California. And he has a very simple question, a very, very simple question. And he is asking a committee right now, and I want you to hear what he has to say here. This is how bad things are getting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Panelists, let me just go right down the line real fast. What % of our atmosphere is CO2? Take your best guess. You don't have to be accurate.
Now, before they answer, this panel of Green New Deal progressives are here to talk about clean energy and the climate and how important it is. And I want people who are taking this right now, I want you to answer this question. How much of our atmosphere is CO2? How much CO2 is in the air? I want to see comments. Please, somebody write in there in the comments. If you're watching this, if it's not live and you're watching it afterwards, take a moment and type in what percentage of, don't look it up on Google, just off the top of your head, knowing all of the climate change that we've heard about, how the world is going to end, how deadly CO2 gas is, can you tell me what percentage of CO2 gas is in the air right now? I want people to type that in. Just send it in. What you think is the total number, because these are experts. And this is what the experts who are changing our environment, they're changing our world, they're changing our economy. So this is what they have to say. Without looking, this is what they had to say.
All down the line.
Repeat that question.
What % of our atmosphere is CO2, carbon dioxide? Wild guess. It's okay.
I'll bite 5%.
5?
So the experts who are trying to spend your tax dollars, part of the reason why we are in a recession, because we're trying to transition to green energy. These are the green energy fanatics who are changing our world. They have to guess. They don't know. You know, CO2 gas, the most deadly thing. It's destroying the world. Climate change is the #1 issue in the world. It's more deadly and dangerous than the Ukraine war. It's more deadly and dangerous than the 90 missiles being fired by North Korea. It is more deadly and dangerous than anything else that's happening. Climate change, #1 thing. These experts are guessing 5%. Let's see what else happens.
I'll just follow you then.
We'll go 7. That's my favorite number.
I'll see their 5 and suggest that we know that transportation causes 49% of CO2, so that's why we're all working on energy transition.
All right. So what number do you think it is?
5.
5? How about you? I didn't hear you, Mr. Dreher.
7.
7. Did you have one, Mr. Boyd?
So we got a 5, 7.
So they're saying between 5 and 7%. 5 and 7%. This is at a congressional hearing. These are experts that are spending tens of billions of dollars changing our world. Here comes the answer.
This Price is Right.
8. I'm going to get the high end.
8%. They went up to 8%.
Well, I appreciate that, and I don't mean to put you on ice. I ask a lot of people that because all we hear is climate change, CO2, CO2. I heard a couple of you on the panel saying, you're looking to change your vehicles to electric, even though we don't have the electric grid. And me as a farmer, I wouldn't be real happy about running out and replacing $300,000, $500,000, $1 million pieces of equipment because someone wants it to be electric. The answer is 0.04%. Not 1%, not a half of a percent. It's
Not 1%, not half a percent, not 5%, 7, 8%. The answer is 0.4% of the atmosphere. Now, think about that for a second. 0.4% of the atmosphere. The way that they have been selling you about CO2 gas, if you listen to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, if you listen to Bernie Sanders, if you listen to the Democratic Socialists of America, you listen to all the climate change activists that have been wrong in every single prediction they have made since 1958. That's global famine, global cooling, global warming, and now climate change. Everything that they have decided has not even hit 0.5%. This is what they're freaking out about. They want you to think that the air is nothing but CO2, that we've just filled the atmosphere. And the experts don't know. And that's the part I really want you to take away from this. The people who are spending your money, who are changing your life, you have to have an electric car. In New York State, you have to have an electric stove. We can't even make the electricity we need, like Germany. Germany doesn't know where they're getting the electricity from, but they're going to be green. They're turning off their nuclear power plants just to be green because of the political movement, and they don't even know the answer. And they're guessing, and their guess is astronomically wrong. We're talking about 1,000% wrong. That's how out of the field they are. They're 1,000% wrong on a guess because they have no idea. These are the experts that you have been told you have to follow the experts. That's why they're getting all the big money. That's why they're being told all the big things. You have to listen to them. You have to obey. Obey. Don't ask questions. Don't think. Why don't they want you to ask questions? Because when you do ask a question, like Representative LaMalfa out of California, he asked a question and they have no clue what they are talking about. They have no answer because they don't know what they're doing, because they're playing politics, not science. This isn't about what's best for you. It's about what's best for the re-election of a group of politicians. This is about control. Who gets to have the control over your life? This is why we see that YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Google, why they want to suppress people who dare to ask an unapproved question, why they demand that you not think about this, that you not have a conversation. Because when you start asking questions and you have an actual conversation, you find out the reality is nothing like what you have been told. They don't want you to realize that every single climatologist, every single prediction since 1958 have been wrong. Remember Al Gore? The ice caps are going to be melted by 2015. 2015, there aren't going to be any more ice caps. The polar bears are going to be dead. Oops, I'm burning myself. Hang on. Remember Al Gore? Remember that? An inconvenient truth? Ice caps were going to melt. Polar bears would be dead. New York City would be flooded. The coast would be all awash. All the water would be up. We'd be drowning. The world's climate would be irrevocably changed. Do you remember all those promises, those threats, that fear-mongering that was shoved down your throat that we taught all our kids? That we had to show them in their classrooms, in science class, in junior high school, high school. I keep dropping my cigarette. Oh my God. I keep trying to burn myself here. We had to go into the inconvenient truth, and we had to go into classroom after classroom and teach kids, you have to be afraid. The world is going to end. Not one of the promises from Inconvenient Truth came true. Nothing that we have been told about climate change has happened. And every time they tell us, they give us a prediction, they're wrong. Every single time. But you're not supposed to ask a question. You're not supposed to think about it. You're not supposed to have a discussion on it. You are simply supposed to obey. How dare you ask a question because the experts don't know the answers to the simple, basic, scientific facts that are essential to their ideology. Think about that. Think about that, folks. This is why my channel gets suppressed. This is why they hate this channel and why we rely so much on you. Why we ask you over and over again, if you find this to be entertaining, educational, informative, if you like having discussions about the issues that matter, please like, share, and subscribe. Whether it's on Rumble, on Twitter, whether it's on Facebook or YouTube, like, share, and subscribe because no one else is having this honest conversation with you and showing you the evidence from the news media itself, that 90% of everything that we do comes from the left-leaning news media itself. And all I'm asking you to do is to think about it. The media wants you to obey. I want you to ask a question. I want you to think. I'm not telling you have to agree with me. I'm not telling you to be a Republican. I'm not telling you to vote any specific way or for any particular candidate. I'm asking you to think for yourself, to ask the questions they are damn sure afraid and terrified that you're going to ask, that they do not want you to hear. Because they can't answer a simple question like how much CO2 is in the air, but they want 20, 30, 100, 200 billion dollars of your money out of your pocket that you work for so that they can change your life, so that they can make sure your car, you can't use your car. You got to buy a new one, an electric one. Your stove, screw that. You can't have gas. You have to have an electric stove. You don't get better than that. You have to change every aspect of your life so that they feel better and they don't even know what they're doing. Yeah, this is the problem with the major news media. This is the problem when you don't ask questions. That's what political commentary is about. Here are the facts. Here are the simple questions that come out of those facts that you should be asking, especially if you live in a nation that claims that they are democratic and free and that they allowed the First Amendment, the free speech, to whatever degree that they do. In the UK, in the European Union, Canada, in Australia, New Zealand, all the major nations in the world, we should be asking these questions and saying, why are these people being given billions, tens and hundreds of billions of dollars? Why must we change our life when they can't answer simple scientific facts? But let me go on. Because while I wanted to talk to you about that, and I thought that was pretty damning, it's not the only thing. Remember, we're being told on many levels, not just about the environment, not just climate change, that we have to change our lives, that we cannot ask questions, even though there are no answers from the people who are supposedly the scientists and the leaders and the experts. The experts don't have answers to these questions, but we have to listen to them anyway. How about this? Now we've got actors. We have entertainers who are telling you about what you should do with your kids. Daniel Radcliffe, who I think is a decent actor. I think he's actually pretty good in some of the things he's done. He's got acting range. Is promoting child sex change. And Harry Potter star Daniel Radcliffe is promoting child sex changes. Children, not adults. If he said, I think that every adult should be able to change their sex if they want to, fantastic. Adults can do whatever the hell they want. I don't want to pay for it, but adults can do whatever they want to do. No. He wants you to trust kids to tell you who they are. Children, these are the same children. Remember what's happening in in the United Kingdom, what's happening in the Netherlands. These are the same kids who have just been shown naked people and said, look at their body. Don't you want your body to be like that person's body? Won't your life be better if your body's like that body? That we're supposed to go and listen to an 8-year-old who doesn't understand words. They don't even know what the words mean. And we're supposed to listen to them and change their bodies forever because an actor said so. We're not even talking about experts here. Daniel Radcliffe is an actor. He has absolutely no more importance. His opinion is as meaningful as mine. He's no smarter. He's got no more information than I do. But you're supposed to listen to him because he's saying the approved message, and you're not supposed to ask a question. Just like the experts about how much CO2 is in the air. You're not supposed to ask any questions like, what if you are wrong? Hey, Daniel Radcliffe, what if you are wrong? What if 1% of the children that you are trying to convince to change their bodies forever, what if you're wrong? What do we do then? What about those lives we have harmed forever? What are you going to do? What do you have to say to them, Daniel Radcliffe? What about the 1%? What if it's even 0.5%? And those people turn out to be like the Tennessee trans shooter or the Colorado 19-year-old in Colorado who was planning to copycat the Tennessee trans shooter, or the 2020 trans shooter who is a mass shooter as well. What if there's only 0.1%, which is more than the number of trans people that were existing in America 10 years ago? What if 0.1% of this new wave of 7.2% of young kids that think that they are trans, fantastic, these kids make these changes and 0.1% of them decide to become trans shooters because they are miserable with their lives, because the promise that everyone will love them, that everyone will want to be like them, that everyone will laud them and date them, and that they will be popular in the news, what happens when it doesn't come true? What are we going to do then? See, they never want to answer that. A friend of mine had this interesting tweet. And here we go. The tweet it's real simple. Remember, the same people who told you have to change the world, that you can't have a car, you have to have an electric car. The same people who said you can't have a gas stove, you have to have an electric stove. The same people who are having blackouts in California because they can't make enough electricity for the electric cars and all the electric stoves. The same people who have never had one prediction come true. The same people who are telling your kids that they should change their bodies forever. They're the same people who said that an Indian woman being on Land O'Lakes butter, that Aunt Jemima that was started by a black former slave, and Uncle Ben's, that black people and Indians on products that had been there for over 100 years and beloved, that they had to freak out about that and you had to change your life and those companies had to change that, are the same people who are saying, I can't believe you're so mad about a beer can. I can't believe that you're freaking out about a trans popular fad star, Dylan Mulvaney, is on a can of beer. I think Roderick nailed it with this meme. You know, it's incredible that you need to understand these things. Or at least let's have these conversations about these things. You don't have to tell me that I'm perfect, that I'm right. I'm not asking you for that. Okay? We're not talking about being perfect. We're not asking to be right. But we are asking to understand and have a conversation and not simply just obey. Because when you simply obey, especially as you are shown evidence that the people who are telling you that don't know what they're talking about, you're a slave. They are trying to make you into slaves. Because there should be no reason why, if they are confident, they can't have a conversation, that they can't defend their position, because they can't answer the question, What if you are wrong? There are somewhere, right now, they will tell you that there are something like 60 or 72 or 81 or 112 different genders. If you go to Google right now and type in how many genders are there, you will get 61, 80, 72, and 112. You will get all of those answers, and all of those answers will be within the last 2 years. All from scientists, all from colleges, all from experts, and they're all different. What if you're wrong? And everyone's saying now, and now we have Dylan Mulvaney saying, you have to support this, and you have to buy this beer, and you have to show support. You must do this or else. What if you're wrong? See, that's the thing that's important. What if they are wrong? And we hear from Bud Light. Now, Bud Light came out, and as I showed you, Bud Light is now trying to reverse their position. Bud Light is now trying to show you, where is it? Bud Light is now busy trying to go back to, forget about everything. It's Budweiser, Clydesdales. We're traditional. Buy our stuff. Obey. Obey. Come on. You still want to obey. Just go and buy what we're selling. Just go back to that. They want you to forget that they were telling you you need to obey. You can't ask questions. You must agree. Now, this is what NBC had to say. NBC did not want to show people what Budweiser had to say. Anheuser-Busch. They wanted to talk about it. Friday night, just remember, Anheuser-Busch, in the middle of the afternoon on a Friday, dropped their comment, their non-apology. And they said, okay, here's our non-apology. And by the way, look, Clydesdales. So they didn't apologize. They apologized without apologizing and then said, by the way, Clydesdale, we're traditional, we're American, buy our stuff. And NBC, for their part, did not show people what he said. They did not address what was being said. Instead, they spend their entire article, April 14th of 2023, telling you that you should feel bad for not supporting what Bud Light has done, for not supporting the message. That's what they do. Everything they're quoting here, we never intended to be part of a discussion that divides people. Yes, you did. You made a conscious effort. You knew it was a divisive subject, and you did it anyway. We are in the business of bringing people together over a beer. If they approve or at least accept what you have told them. You have told people you are selling them propaganda. Let's see. In this entire thing, Mulvaney, a stage performer who rocketed to fame last year by documenting the gender transition in a TikTok series called Days of Girlhood, that people have been rejecting wholesale because it is a caricature, or at least it is presented as a caricature of what a woman is. It's like in Kill Bill 2. She's wearing the suit of a woman, and this is how she perceives what women are, which is a caricature of women. No women act like Dylan Mulvaney. None. And that's why there's a backlash, because it is a mockery, or it appears to be a mockery of what women are. And so it is upsetting. And NBC News spends the entire article to try and tell you that if you don't accept what appears to be a caricature of women, a mockery of women, that you're the bad guy because it's LGBTQAI plus. People want to be a toaster. And they're trying to turn this into, and I want to show you this. So what did they say in the article from NBC News? They quote the GLAAD organization, which is an LGBTQAI plus people want to be a toaster organization, and they say, quote, including our community in marketing is nothing new, But what is new is the extreme right-wing, notice, right-wing politicization of a company's creative and business decisions. Let's understand, they want you to feel bad. Oh, you're just a homophobe. No one's talking about what Bud Light or Anheuser-Busch does for LGBTQ. No one's questioning them about what they're doing about LGBTQ. They're questioning them about supporting a caricature of women, an apparent mockery of women. It's very, very specific. It's not LGBTQ. It has nothing to do with that. But they want you to feel bad. They are calling you a homophobe if you don't obey. It's a bad word. They're calling you bad words if you don't obey. You don't get a choice. They have decided it. You must obey and do it. But what did, and the thing is, NBC did not want you to see, what did the CEO of Anheuser-Busch actually say? Let me show you. Because here it is on the screen. Come on, my computer's slowing down. I've got too many windows open. Come on. I just want you to see that I am actually getting this from... There it is. I just want you to see. This is from Anheuser-Busch themselves. Okay? This is Anheuser-Busch on their channel, on their Twitter. It's been seen by 17.5 million times it's been seen. It came out on Friday at 3:30. And just as a comparison, 7 minutes later, they put out the Budweiser commercial. 7 minutes after the CEO put out a non-apology, they put out this to try and distract people and say, no, everything's back to normal. Everything's back to normal. Things aren't back to normal. Now, I covered this on the Liberty First Foundation, and I have a clip of that on my channel that you can see separate of everything else. And I'm going to get to all the comments. Trust me, I am. But I just want to finish up this line of thought here. When we read this, this is all about you being at fault. Anheuser-Busch is blaming you. They're calling you a homophobe for daring to not buy their product, for not obeying what they say. We're honored to be part of the fabric of this country. Anheuser-Busch employs more than 18,000 people. What the hell does 18,000 people working for the company have to do with what you did? Nothing. It's to make you feel bad. And our independent distributors employ an additional 47,000 valued colleagues. Feel bad. You are the bad guy. You are hurting people. You must obey. Stop hurting people. Do what we say. That's what those sentences are. This is one of the worst written non-apologies that I have seen coming out of the corporate space. Whoever is the speechwriter is miserable. They're horrible at their job. It is absolutely obvious that this is about deflection. This is about blaming you. Anheuser-Busch isn't taking any responsibility. They're not there to say, oh, we made a bad decision. Oh, that their customers don't agree with them. They're not saying we should not be in the business of politics. Let's get back into the business of selling beer. That's their job. That's what they're there for. No. They want to tell you, you're the problem. You're the issue because you're not doing what they told you to do. That is upsetting to me, and that should upset you. Let me go to the comments because I wanted to get through that. I hope that made sense to everyone, and the examples that I'm showing from the left-wing media that want to censor this so that the only thing you hear is you're a bad person if you don't do what they have approved. If you don't follow the approved message, you're the issue, not their message, not how they're putting that message out or who they have as the spokesperson of that message. But let me go back to the comments. User has been banned says, consume and buy more product, which is exactly what Anheuser-Busch is saying. Hal is back. Hey, Hal. Hal says, the Dylan Mulvaney campaign wasn't national. It was dedicated to Mulvaney's social accounts. That means it was exposed to you in one of two ways. Either you follow Mulvaney or your media of choice exposed you to it and told you to be angry. No, no. See, it's how that's where you're wrong. My media didn't tell me to be angry. My media said, look at what just happened. See, we have been pushed. We have seen multiple media sources that have all been selling us the idea of Dylan Mulvaney and what Dylan Mulvaney believes is womanhood. And we have been told we must accept that. We've heard that from the national news media. We have heard that from local news media. We have seen that in social media. Now, if we are angry about it, and some people may or may not, that's on you. But they have just been pushing it out to us because it wasn't that Dylan Mulvaney had it on their social media. It's that all the other news media and all of the other social media push that into our feed. See, TikTok, YouTube, they have algorithms that push that in front of me. Facebook, Google, they push that in front of me. Whether I want it or not, they push it. That's their algorithms. They've gone to Congress and told us they have algorithms that push the stories they want to push. So no, I didn't choose it. They pushed it on me and told me I must accept it. The fact that I'm not accepting it and other people said as a reaction to what they pushed onto us, the answer is, you know what? There's a protest and now they tell us we're evil. See how that's the difference of what is happening here. It's not about, oh, well, some bad person told you to be mad about this. No, it's that they told us to obey and we don't have a choice. And there's where everyone starts getting pissed off. At least that's how I see it. I could be wrong. User has been banned says, well, next thing you know, Justin Trudeau will be on a can of Bud Light doing blackface. And why not? Because it's the same ideology. Marketing alcohol to kids. Dylan's audience is mostly underage. Well, the trans movement is targeting more and more. It targets young people. It targets people who are not of the age of consent. They target people who are 8 and 10 and 13 and 15. We see that in all the media. We see that in our schools. We're seeing that in the Netherlands and in the United Kingdom. They are targeting 10 to 14-year-olds. So yeah, his audience is being targeted, and they tend to be underage, and they're targeting with alcohol, which says, hey, because the whole point of alcohol is I'm cool, I'm just like everyone else, all my friends are here and we're all enjoying this alcohol together. That's the whole marketing of alcohol and jeans and a bunch of other products, food too. So this is what's going to make you popular, and they're targeting that towards kids. It's kind of sad. So everyone's mentioning that there's a lot of similar marketing, that this is in fact marketing towards kids. Alcohol companies have been doing it for years. Cigarette companies get in trouble for doing it, but alcohol companies do it too. Like with Joe Camel. Now Hal says his point being on Mulvaney's channel isn't the first time children were exposed to beer. No, of course not. It's not the first time that they've been introduced to a trans person. But the collective impact is they are being told, obey or else. You must accept this or you're the bad person. And they're getting repeatedly told, if you are not obeying the approved message, you're the issue. That's true with critical race theory. That's true with intersectionality, gender identity politics, Dylan Mulvaney. It is this message that we are pumping into our kids. Obey, don't ask questions, and just do what we say or else. And that's the problem. So, and we need to have this conversation more often. I mean, think about this. We have companies now that are no longer concerned about trying to sell you a product. They're concerned about making you obey a political ideology. I used to only drink Budweiser for years and years and years. You know, I don't drink a lot, but not anymore. When I was a teenager and 20 something, yeah, I drank like everyone did, like a fish. I don't drink a lot anymore. Stopped that back in my 40s. But now I just don't want to have Budweiser. I'll have Guinness. I'd rather have Guinness, especially because Anheuser-Busch is telling me I don't have a choice, that I'm a bad person for not obeying their political ideology, their political preference. They're telling me their decision, their opinion is better than my own, and that I have no choice but to accept their idea. Why? And I was asking this on the Liberty First Foundation on Friday during our Friday roundtable, 9 p.m., and I was asking this question. Why is it always that we have to change who we are? Why is it that they always want us to become more progressive? Why do I always have to adopt what the progressives feel? Why do my feelings have to change to be more progressive? Why don't the progressives ever have to change to be more conservative? Why don't they have to be like me? Why is that always the case? And you're not supposed to ask this question. This is why America is falling apart. Because there are millions, tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of Americans who are saying, I don't have to obey you. I don't have to do what you're saying. I don't care what your product is that you sell. I don't care how much media you have behind it. I don't care how much advertising you put out. I don't have to accept that. I have a choice. And I am free to make the choice I want. That is freedom. Just because you say it should be this way doesn't mean it has to be. More importantly, doesn't mean that I have to do it just because you said so. Because you're not doing what I say. And who made you the boss of my life? Is that not reasonable? No, I prefer scotch most of all, but I don't drink a whole lot of that either these days. And I went into this in some detail all over on, and you can see this, it's on YouTube. You can go to my Rumble, and you can see this on my Rumble, where I was speaking with the Liberty First Foundation, and it only took about 6 minutes, but I went through word for word everything that they had to say in this manifesto, this political propaganda from Anheuser-Busch was, and I ripped it apart because it deserves to be ripped apart. It deserves to be disobeyed. To remind the company, not just the $6 billion that it lost, I hope they lose more money, because they need to be reminded, and all companies need to be reminded, they are subservient to us. Disney is subservient to us. The art and the news and the entertainment, they are subservient to the public. They don't get to tell us what's good and what we're going to accept and shovel them our money because they said so. They have to earn our goodwill. They have to earn it, and we have to want it. It's not enough for them to say, this is all they're going to give us. If they want to just give you woke crap, you don't have to accept it. Even if you like the whole woke ideology, fantastic. That's your choice. But that doesn't mean that you have to accept the garbage that they are giving you. Things like The Last Jedi, things like She-Hulk, or Witcher Origins, or Velma, the TV show, or Ant-Man, or what's coming up with the Marvels. Well, God, that's going to be a complete friggin' disaster. That's going to be absolutely horrible. No question on that. That's going to be miserable. But again, let me mention, as I do many times throughout the show, if you disagree, call in 607-242-9247. Call in from anywhere in the world. Leave us a text or a chat. As you can see that we've had well over 100 people typing away. If you disagree, tell me why. Don't tell me I'm ugly. Don't tell me I'm old. I already know I'm old. I like my looks. I don't care about your feelings. Tell me why am I wrong? Why is it? Tell me how the media is not pushing a political agenda using trans at this time. And given some time, they're going to stop. They're going to move on to the next thing, the next fad. And what's going to happen to all the Dylan Mulvaney's out there, all the Dylan Mulvaney wannabes, all the kids who think that their way to fame and their way to fortune is to be just like Dylan Mulvaney and the caricature that he has made of women? What happens to them? No one wants to have that conversation because, quite honestly, they don't have an answer, and it's going to be devastating. If you think it's going to be all rainbows and sunshine, if you think it's going to be all unicorns and candy, please tell me how. Yes, it is scary. User has been banned says it's really scary that the way to fame is to cut off your bits. And we've been told that. Elliot Page is a great example of that. We keep being told about that. We keep being told, if you do these things, you will be famous, except you're not. And that's why we wind up with people like the Tennessee trans shooter, which I still think is monstrous. And by the way, I have no pity for the Tennessee trans shooter. None. I have no sympathy whatsoever. Zero. Because the Tennessee trans shooter was a monster. The Tennessee trans shooter shot 3 9-year-old children for no reason. That is a monster. I don't care if they're trans. I don't care male, female, young, old, whatever color. Could care less. That was a monster. And not saying that they are a monster because they also happen to be trans and that is politically advantageous for a small group of people does not change things. I'm sorry, I will not avoid saying that the trans shooter was a monster, not because they were trans, they were a monster because they killed 9-year-old children. And Kamala Harris was a coward to not go and actually address this, to not face the parents and say, I am sorry that a monster killed your 9-year-old child. We have to stop that. Because she would have to say it and she'd be talking about someone who's trans. And Kamala Harris is terrified of pissing off the progressive left, which makes her weak and useless, which is why the world is in the shape it is in today. Because America is giving up its leadership position. We are redistributing our leadership to China. Because China isn't afraid of saying, you're out of your mind. China isn't afraid to say, we're not going to go with this. We're not doing this. Because China has balls and are willing to stand up. And Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and the progressives have convinced America that we're just bad guys. We can't say anything. You can't say anything. Don't talk. Don't ask questions. Don't speak up. Yes, I agree. We have no leaders today. We have unhinged mobs. There was something that caught my attention. And again, this is all related information. And all of it is adding up to, why is America waning? Why is our leadership decreasing in the world? Why is our power decreasing in the world? Why are we becoming the weakest superpower that's ever existed? Why are we being supplanted by China? Why are our allies backing away from us and slowly realigning themselves with other people? What's happening in the power vacuum in the world right now? I'm not saying this because I'm not American. I love America. I want America to be great. Everyone who lives in America should want America to be great. And every time I ask people, don't you want your home to be great? The answer is yes, but yet they tell me that America is a horrible place. You have a dissociation. There's a mental issue there. How can you not want your home to be great? How can anyone be evil for trying to make their home better? But yet, that is what is happening in America, and we are told you can't question that, and we are losing everything because of it. We are stepping away from the Constitution, we're stepping away from our freedom and our rights, and we are losing everything because of it. If you disagree, I'm happy to hear the argument telling me how we are gaining anything by simply obeying a progressive ideology. Please explain to me, because I don't see it in our kids, I don't see it in crime, I don't see it in the economy, I don't see it in the respect we have around the world. I do not see where there's an advantage. But if you see one, I'm happy to have that conversation. I wanted to talk about this. Part of the problem is we're not having real honest conversations. From time to time on this program, not as often as I should, I have talked about the northern border. That the fact is, while everyone is screaming about what's happening at the southern border, how wide open it is, including myself, we often forget that just as wide open, perhaps even more wide open, with even less control under it, is our border with Canada. Matter of fact, it was about a week ago that we were talking about there was a new deal that the Biden-Harris administration, speaking with Trudeau of Canada, they just hammered out a new immigration deal that closed Canada's border. Canada is closed off. So when refugees leave America to go even north, even further north, to go to Canada, Canada's sending them back to us. When illegal aliens enter Canada, Canada has a closed border and they are sending them back to America. That is a fact. That deal happened about a week ago. Canada has stronger borders than the United States, and Trudeau is more aligned with China than he is with America. He wants to be just like China. He wants to be socialist, and yet he believes in having borders. But we're not supposed to talk about the northern border. But you know what? Everybody missed this, including myself, on March 28th. And I think you should hear a bit of it now. And this is a friend of mine, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney. She is talking about the northern border of the United States, in particular with her district, the New York 24th. And she had this to say about that.
October 2022, there were 15,938 northern land border encounters. In fiscal year 2020, there were 32,376 borders encounters. In fiscal year 2022, there were 109,535 encounters. Under the Biden administration, drug smuggling has increased by 596% along the northern border, including a 26% increase in fentanyl. Border Patrol staffing has remained flat, as I said, since 2009. Since fiscal year 2009, staffing levels along the northern border sectors have been between 1,887 and 2,263 personnel. FY 2020...
Think about that. I want you to think about that for a second. How bad is the northern border? There has been a 15 times increase in the amount of immigration through our northern border. Canada has sealed its border from the United States. Illegal immigrants are coming into America and are being sent back into America from Canada. Canada believes in strong borders, and they're a socialist nation. There are many progressives who want us to be more and more like Canada because Canada has less and less freedom, but they have a border. And no one wants to talk about that. No one wants to talk about the fact that there is 26% more fentanyl coming into America, killing Americans because of the northern border that no one's supposed to talk about. That these are the problems we have, and this problem has been there and growing since 2009. Gee, who took charge in 2009? The Obama administration. The Obama administration started the process of not talking about our northern border, not even looking at it and saying it's a non-issue, don't talk about it. Don't talk about the North. I have, since 2009, several times not often enough, talked about the northern border and how open it is. And I'm in New York State. I see it on a regular basis, but it is far worse. And honestly, I did not know until Representative Claudia Tenney actually brought it up and said, no, it is massively worse. Drugs and illegal immigrants are coming across our border. And we just made a deal that Canada's border is now closed. America's borders are wide open. But we're not supposed to talk about that because America is weak. And America can only be weak if we don't have a conversation, if we just obey. You want to know how weak you are, how little, just judge how little you can speak. How fast that the news media and the social media are to attack you for daring to say something they didn't approve of first. This is why you didn't hear about Claudia Tenney on the floor of Congress talking in front of a committee on March 28th of 2023, talking about why there is 26% more fentanyl in the United States. Where's it coming from? The North. It's coming from Canada, from our Canadian border. And you're not supposed to talk about it. You're just supposed to let kids get high on fentanyl and die. She's my friend. Oh, no, or you're talking about Margaret Thatcher, sorry. So let me go back to some of the comments here. Agent Black from the United Kingdom says, simply put, look at the U.S. leadership and their actions. And I am. We're not supposed to, and we're not supposed to comment on it, which is why today, here's how crazy this is, at least for me, to give you a frame of reference about how badly they don't want you to have a conversation. 3 years ago, we had 1/3 the number of subscribers than we have today. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed. We had more views on every single video 3 years ago than what we have today. We have more subscribers and less views. We have YouTube restricting our channel and showing it to less people today than when we had 1/3 as many people watching the channel. Because since we reach more people, they want less people to see it. They want less people to recognize it. They know that year after year after year, we have increased our subscribers by leaps and bounds. We have doubled and doubled again and again, and we are reaching more people around the world asking questions, and they do not like it. So they are suppressing our channel more and more and more because we keep showing you the evidence, the proof. And they don't want you to know that there is any other choice, any other decision than what they have already decided. Which is why, by the way, we need you to like, share, and subscribe. It's absolutely essential because they don't want anyone having this conversation, and they are trying to kill this channel. They are trying to silence us and to bury us because they cannot answer the questions we ask. And you're not supposed to ask them either. Going on with the comments. The leadership in America right now, according to users, has been banned. They don't care how they are perceived by the rest of the world. It's a big mistake. Outside the West, the idea of having female leaders is seen as weak. Are we proving them right? Maybe. We have no borders, which means we don't have a nation. And that's also essentially true. That's why borders exist. User has been banned mentions that Queen Victoria was a strong female leader, and her comments on feminism were fantastic. These are the things we need to talk about. This is important, folks. Whether it's the illegal immigration, whether it's drugs, whether it's talking about climate change, whether it's talking about the economy in China, or we're talking about war, the 3 regional wars, the current one with Ukraine, Russia, the future one coming with China, Taiwan, and of course, Iran in the Middle East. It's all the same thing. The more we are told to obey without question, the more that we are seeing that we are getting weak. The more we are told that we just have to accept, that we have to believe that Dylan Mulvaney has the best caricature of women, and we can't comment on that. We can't say that that doesn't seem like a woman to me. No, you can't do that because you're evil. No, that has to be punished because you dared to say something that you're not supposed to say. Even though it's my opinion and I have every right to say anything I want to. There's a First Amendment that says so. It is my right. Well, Dylan's feelings may be hurt. I don't care. I'm not on this earth to be subservient to Dylan Mulvaney's feelings or the Progressive Party's feelings. Again, why do their feelings count more than my own? Why do your feelings not matter as much as the assigned feelings of some political organization who have now said, well, you have to listen to them. Why? Why do you have to do what they say? Because you're a slave. Because that's what they want you. That's the ultimate answer. At the end of the day, and the reason why America is getting weaker and we have less leadership in the world is because we're trying to convince our population you're a slave. You don't get to make choices. You get to obey. And that doesn't make a strong country. And I am open to hearing anyone who disagrees with that assessment, anyone who thinks that I am wrong in that conclusion based on the evidence that is available that I keep showing everyone over and over again. Because we're not supposed to talk about these things. How about this? We're not supposed to talk about the sexual harassment claim against Assemblyman Patrick Burke. We're not supposed to talk about this. This is regional news. It should be statewide news. This should be big news. This is local news on WGRZ Channel 2, which is an NBC affiliate. And this is what, I want you to see this. So, an assemblyman has been charged in New York State, has been said he is charged with sexual harassment and that he has been looking at children in a bad way. Not a shocking thing. We've seen this. We've seen sexual abuse from former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who was disgraced and kicked out of office. We've seen quite a few of these. We've seen sexual assault allegations against Joe Biden. We've seen a few of these things happen. And Al Franken. And it's interesting because the reaction by NBC News is to attack the person making the claim, blaming the victim, which is supposed to be a big no. Women's groups have always been angry about attacking the victim and making them bad guys for daring to speak up and have their voices heard. Well, guess what? This is Assemblyman Patrick Burke, one of the former employees of the Assemblyman. This is for the 142nd Assembly District in New York, has made this. And what does Mr. Burke have to say? He spends most of this article is talking about the fact that this employee was fired and that the assemblyman is going off, well, she was a bad person. She was bad at her job. She was the one who had misconduct. I don't like her. She was the employee, the one filing the sexual assault, is making vulgar, crass, and sexually explicit comments, that she was the one who did it all. She's to blame. She's the bad guy. He goes on paragraph after paragraph after paragraph. In fact, they spent out of this entire article, let's see, they started disparaging her, starting with the second paragraph. Nicole Golias, who filed the claim, was fired, along with two other employees in the 142nd District. Okay, how does that have anything to do with the fact that this is a sexual harassment case? Okay, let's go on. So the next thing that they have to say is the complaint was filed and no one knows what's going on. They're concerned about the fact that she was one of the people who were fired. And then they spend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the next paragraphs are spent attacking Now, here's the thing that's really interesting about that. If you go overseas and you look at the news, as I did, why is my computer running slow? I have too many windows open. Come on. Come on. I'm waiting for my computer to catch up. Sorry. Ah, it's frozen. I hate the local. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So, this is very much what we heard over and over again, like what we saw with Bill Maher. Bill Maher did the same thing that we're seeing the assemblyman do. That Bill Maher was attacking the victim, Tara Reid. And Bill Maher said, it doesn't matter about the sexual assault. You can't believe Tara Reid. You have to vote for Joe Biden. Even though Joe Biden had 8 sexual assault claims made against him, it was 7, that you had to vote for him anyway because of politics. That was Bill Maher. Bill Maher was like, no, it doesn't matter. You have to vote for Joe Biden because Joe Biden good and Trump bad. And it doesn't matter about sexual abuse. Again, he attacked the victim, which is kind of sad. You know who else did something like that? And I really want my computer to move faster. It's just dying today. Don't know why. It's just acting up here. Come on. Hang on. And I know that YouTube, Facebook, they don't want me talking about this. They're restricting the channel. I can see it. They're restricting some of the access people have to what's going on here. Because they don't want you to have this conversation. Why is my computer acting up, though? Too many windows open? Whoa. There we go. Come on. I'm hoping my computer doesn't crash right now. I apologize. It looks like my system's about to crash. I'm showing you too much information. By the way, let me take this pause as my system is trying to get to the next item I wanted to talk to you about. I do want to say, again, as always, you can still call into the program at 607-242-9247 at any time, whether you agree or disagree with anything that I've had to say about any of the topics. We're more than happy to hear what you have to say. If you think that we are wrong about anything that we have suggested and brought up to you, please just tell us how. I want to hear your voice. This is about a conversation with you. Besides being able to comment, we have individuals commenting from in the United Kingdom and around the world and across America. We want to hear your voice. Yeah, it might be a Windows update that's blocking some of the stuff. Don't know why it's acting up. Oh, there we go. Here we go. So as I was saying, so there's Bill Maher, but there's also Al Franken. Al Franken, too, had the sexual assault, accusations of sexual assault against him. And it forced him to resign from the Senate. So we see that there's a consistency here. And the consistency is that Democrats protect other Democrats when they get accused of sexual assault. Whether it's former Governor Andrew Cuomo, whether it's Joe Biden, in this case it's Pat Burke, even Al Franken to an extent, because now Al Franken's not in politics anymore, but he now has a leadership PAC that he's able to use to fund other Democrats. He is getting paid to give part of his money to other Democrats. He is being paid to be the loophole for corporations to give donations to political candidates. So that's his payback for being kicked out of the Senate for sexual assault. This is how much Democrats think of Me Too. Pat Burke is being accused of Me Too. And NBC News is going to his back and supporting him and attacking his accuser in a way that no one would ever accept, that the Democrats themselves would never accept if a Republican did this. No. NBC News is going to take care of this for Pat Burke, for Assemblyman Pat Burke of the 142nd Assembly District here in New York, and they're going to attack the victim on behalf of the Democratic Party. Let that sink in. Does that make any sense? Does that sound fair? Does that sound honest? Does that sound like something that should be happening? Now, I'm not telling you that Pat Burke is guilty. I haven't said that. And I'm not telling you that the accuser has got it wrong. I don't know. The investigation hasn't started yet. But I do know that that's the accusation, and I do know that, as I just showed you, NBC News, their first reaction was to attack the victim and to defend the political party, to protect the Democrats, just like they did with Joe Biden in his election, just like they did for Andrew Cuomo for years. That tells you something. And you are not supposed to ask a question. You're not supposed to question this. I'm the bad guy, and I have problems with my channel, and I get attacked by Democrats because I would dare to say that maybe Pat Burke has a problem, that maybe there should be a deep investigation to this, that maybe NBC shouldn't be picking sides for the people of New York and deciding that the victim is the bad guy, and most importantly of all, that this should be bigger news. The fact that I'm letting people know about something that happened in the 142nd Assembly District, yeah, but you're not supposed to talk about that. That's inside baseball. People aren't supposed to know that there may be a Democrat, maybe another Democrat, that could be having sexual misconduct, like Bill Clinton, like Joe Biden was accused, like Al Franken was accused. We're not supposed to talk about those things. How dare we speak about that? How dare you know that that is happening and it could be a problem? How dare we try and find... Oh, here we go. We have a call coming in, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. May I ask, what's your first name?
Hey, Mike, it's Jason.
Hey, Jason, how you doing?
Hey, not too bad. I've been in and out. Have you, did you talk anything about the Clarence Thomas situation there?
No.
No, nothing?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so, I followed up from last week, it kind of just came out, and, the Democrats are, pushing hard, trying to nail him for this. And, I just think...
before you go further, to refresh everyone, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas has been challenged on his funding, that he has received gifts from a personal friend of his and his family, and that these gifts were excessive, and so it has been alleged by some Democrats that he is being bought, that this is being used to bribe him. This is a pre-existing friend of him and his family, and so that's where Clarence Thomas comes off on it. But that's what the issue is right now. Is he receiving funds illegally or not, which is murky at best. So go on. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's extremely murky, as far as what it is. But, I think that look, you see some weak Republicans, stepping in and are like, yeah, he should resign. And I'm just like, they're worthless, but the thing that kills me though is the Democrats, again, when you look at what AOC has done and now, what she's actually pushing, for, full after him. And I'm just like, again, Republicans, really should just double down and be like, what, if you want to start prosecuting people, for misconduct of money, then, let's, look into your dealings first and we'll take it from there. Because it's really, like, it's frustrating to a degree that, Republicans, and conservatives are finding themselves on the defense rather than taking the advantage and going on the offense with this line of attack that the Democrats are using. Because, there are so many individuals who have been abusing the system, which has, is in plain view sight, that the reason they get away with it is because Republicans do not pursue this line of attack that Democrats do. And like I said, it just pisses me off that when Democrats are being the aggressor on this issue, that Republicans basically just don't take the reins and just kind of just go after them on it. Granted, I mean, we do have a situation now where we get the Senate and the presidency in the hands of the Democrats, but the House definitely has, the power to, at least make a little more noise.
Well, here's the thing. One of the things, if we're talking about illegal funds, then why does Hunter Biden? I don't hear AOC talking about Hunter Biden and the 400 charges that the FBI has had for 9 months now, actually 1 year now, that they have investigated, that shows that Hunter Biden is getting funds piggybacking on influence of Joe Biden and how that may be affecting the United States right now. I don't see her complaining about that. In fact, every time someone talks about that, she says, let it go. And now she's upset about something that literally, legally is murky at best. We don't know that there's a problem here. We do know there's a problem with Hunter Biden and his connection of his finances to Joe Biden, his father, and China. We know that exists. There is a trail that is explicit and detailed. And now she's talking about, well, Clarence Thomas, who she doesn't like politically, might have a problem. Maybe it's not clear, it's not in the law, and it's not proven. But she doesn't have a problem with something that is explicit. Well, that's AOC for you. She doesn't care. She's pushing a political agenda, not trying to get justice. That's my thought on that. But go on.
No, I mean that was just basically my main point. And look, there's other Democrats who are very easily able to pretty much scrutinize for their dealings. You
mean Nancy Pelosi and her stock deals?
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi. I mean, even look at now, and then look at what is it, Feinstein? I mean, they're looking at trying to get rid of her right now because she's old. But I mean, when you look at her business dealings and her financial real estate and stuff that she's made, millions of dollars off of, nobody's, again, there's another thing to question that sort of,
and there's Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton with Whitewater, something that everyone's forgotten about. Whitewater, big deal there.
Absolutely.
So this is not new. Again, this is AOC playing politics. It has nothing to do with justice. It has nothing to do with what's actually happening, because there are far more politicians far closer to AOC that she can point to, and she doesn't.
Yeah, and I think too is there should probably be a little more scrutiny, looking into Gavin Newsom's situation with the SVB Bank. After this week, I really just I don't know, I was ready to lose my mind over what I saw, because the thing is that the earnings for banks came out, and the banks basically made massive amounts of money. We're talking billions of dollars here, And meanwhile, we have the federal government, bailing banks out at the same time. And the only reason that they had done that was because it was basically, just simply a handout. And we already knew that, 50% of the investors in the SVB Bank were the ones who were handed that money. But it just proves to even more that what they did was basically just to give these people money. Because the banking industry, in my opinion, maybe there are some weaknesses in certain sectors, but the thing is that with them able to make as much as they did, and if in fact that maybe the money that they were making this quarter was as high as it was because maybe that they were making high risk maybe they were making high risk investments with the money that they had on hand. And then that basically could, end up biting them, in the future. But again, like I said, it just, when I saw those numbers, and I was, kind of, when I was expecting, I was thinking, okay, banks are going to get slaughtered. We're going to see,
No.
the economy's doing terrible, but it did not happen at all,
Well,
But
let me stop for a second. Part of the reason why that happened is because the financial markets came to the rescue of the banks. The banks did make risky. The whole problem comes back to it's like what we saw with the housing crisis of 2008. That's because of politicians inserting themselves, the government inserting itself into banking, where they required a change in the banking rules to give high risk loans to minorities. And that 30 years later failed. And now we saw the same thing in the banking. Now it was ESG, mostly coming from Europe and the WEC and the WEF, the World Economic Forum. It was their policies about ESG, about wokeness.
well,
And that
overall,
is what caused the bank SBV and FSB to fail.
well, I mean, not. I was the thing is that when I looked at their books and the main reason what their problem was is that they were buying longer term bonds, because at the time they basically paid out, more money, so they had all this money and they're like, okay, let's throw it into something that gives us better return. And there was an option. They could either do those longer term, bonds that are over 5 years, or they could do like T-bills, which were, really low paying, but they were basically just for a year. And what they did instead is because the CEOs of the companies and the banks and all the uppers, what they wanted to do, they obviously wanted to crank out more, kickbacks from them and basically get, higher bonuses. They went the route of the higher interest, rates on the money. And by doing so,
let me clarify that. Let me clarify that. The bank, in particular, talking about SVB Bank, they had low interest bonds. Interest rates went up. Their bond was worth less. They were not making as much money. They took a loss on those bonds to switch into a high return, which is making loans to businesses. They made those loans to businesses that were woke because they were supporting the woke agenda. Those companies only existed based on the bank loans they were getting, and they started failing, like the CW. Never made money, but they were very woke. And they kept getting loans to keep making woke programs that no one would watch. No one cares about Batwoman. No one cares about Gotham Knights. And then when the banks saw that they weren't making any money off of this because the companies weren't making money, so they couldn't pay back their loan, the bank had a loss. And that's why they fell. That's what they folded. So when I say ESG, that's what I mean. That's the process that happened. That's why they failed, and they weren't the only bank. That's why FSB and that's why Deutsche Bank were all failing because of that same mindset. And that's why governments, including the German government and several governments around the world, stepped in to bail out those banks. Does that clarify the loopholes? There's some gaps in that.
Well, I mean, like I said, as far as their balance sheet went, what really sunk them were the bonds, though. I mean, they were over leveraged in those long-term 5-year bonds with the majority of their assets in it, and so they couldn't liquidate, basically to give people their money or the deposits when they basically started raiding the bank, and that's what actually caused the problem. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of other bad loans that were given, but
the reason why they couldn't do that is because the loans didn't get paid back. They weren't getting the capital in from the loans they made. That's what caused it. That's where the gap of money came from.
Maybe. Like I said though, it's just that it was one of the things that they did though that was high risk. Where, like I said, the CEOs they went with a route where they can get a higher interest return and kickback, and so they would actually on the front end be able to get more money. And like I said, they could have diversified and they could have went a route where they would have only been tied up for a year. But the thing is, they would have gotten a massively less return. And instead of basically getting like, nearly a $500 million bonus. I mean, they ended up with just a couple $1 million. And so what they were trying to do is basically get as much as they could. And the only reason this happened, though, is all this money came their way was because of the massive, influx of money that was, shot from the federal government into the economy, and then basically made everybody, completely liquid. But then the other problem too, though, was the fact that these banks had all this money or had all these, deposits on hand, instead of actually increasing the return, on the interest for people, on their account, rather than like upping it from like 0.5%, interest rate to like maybe giving them like a 2 or maybe even 3%, return. They didn't. And so what did people do? They saw that they could go and get a bond for nearly like $5. And so they said, no, screw this. I'm just going to take my money, out of the bank and then go buy myself, a bond, that I can get nearly, 3 or 5%, interest return on. And when they started doing that, that's when the banks really just started going under, because they just couldn't find the money.
There's a lot of factors involved in that.
Yeah.
And I think in my analysis of it, the fact that it wasn't the bonds, but it was the bad loans that caused the problem, at least specifically in FSB, SVB, and Deutsche Bank. That's the major factors that the financial markets were talking about, was the bad loans. That if those loans, if they had made loans that actually got paid off, they'd have been okay. But they made loans in businesses that were so concerned about politics that they didn't actually sell product. And that's what, because they could have survived the bonds. They could have survived that if the loans were paid off, but they weren't.
Yeah, well, I mean, those banks were weaker, and there's other ones as well too, that are kind of in the same situation. But and they may, and the other banks may actually, in fact, go under. But part of the reason why right now is the market has peace of mind is because the government basically said that they're going to come in and pretty much fill, the hole when anything happens, which, is just, it's completely ridiculous. And more speculation is going on board, and more people are pushing. And I noticed that Bernie Sanders has been trying to say this a lot. It's like he wants to get rid of banks. Basically, he just wants the federal government, to basically issue all money and all loans and all everything. And talking about a society that basically only gives money out, for loans or money based upon their social status. I mean, if you're a transvestite that has some issues of some sort.
I don't know if you mean transvestite. Transvestite is just a man who dresses in women's clothing.
Well, what I'm saying is that those, they would prioritize people based upon, those sort of characteristics to actually, be able to get loans, over, anybody else that they would. And so, well, actually not over, it would, over, because the thing is that if two equal people with, same credit, the person who is transgender will get like, be able to have more dings on the credit and still be able to get the loan. That's kind of the way that the,
well, again, it's whenever we introduce more government control, more people get hurt. It's always that case. And having the government decide who gets money is absolutely devastating, one, for a free economy, and two, for economic growth every time. We've seen this over and over again. But why would anyone want to take banking advice from a communist, a self-avowed, acknowledged communist who has never held a real job? He has never worked in the marketplace. He's only been a politician, and not a good one at that. Look at his record. Look at how many things he's gotten passed. Look at the things that he suggested. He's failed. And the only thing that made him money is writing a book about being a socialist, which suddenly made him a multimillionaire. That and the combination of him getting paid off for allowing Hillary Clinton to run in 2016, which gave him his his third house. He's a bad communist, and he's a bad economist, and that's because he's a bad politician. So why would anyone listen to him?
because they're just economically illiterate completely. I mean, it's easy to basically say a bunch of things, you know, and promise things without actually understanding the trade-offs. I think that's a problem is people just don't understand. I mean, he could basically say, well, I'm going to give you this, this, and this, and nobody understands the trade-off, you know. Nobody sees the downside. Nobody can understand, you know, why that's a bad idea. And unfortunately, you know, I mean, look at even Joe Rogan at one point was, I don't even know, you know, where his stance was, but he was like, yeah, you know, Bernie Sanders, you know, vote for him. I was like, really? You know, what's your perspective? I mean,
Because
economically, you actually think that's a good idea? You know, it's like,
because people aren't thinking economically, they're thinking emotionally. Bernie sounded good. He made nice promises, which every communist, every socialist always make great promises. They promise everything. Everyone will have bread. Everyone will have what they need, not what you want and what you need. And who decides what you need? A small group of politicians in the government, a bunch of authoritarians, oligarchs, will decide what it is you actually need, which may not be what you want. Kind of like in China right now, according to Lily Tang Williams, who grew up in Mao's China, Lily Tang Williams has, and I'm quoting her here, they decided that you get 1 pound of pork a month. That's all you need. That's for a family of 5. You get 1 pound of pork for the month. That's your need. That's what communism gives you, but they gave it to you. It's free. You didn't have to pay for it, but you don't get any choice either. That's what but it sounds great when they say, but we're going to give you all the food you need. But they decided that what you need for a family of 4 is 1 pound of meat and a bunch of vegetables and maybe some bread. And that's it. There's the difference. The promise sounds fantastic. That's why people like Bernie. It sounds fantastic. Oh, you're going to give me a universal basic income? I'm going to get a check from the government every month? That sounds great. Free money. Okay, and here's the string. Yeah, but you get nothing else. And it makes everything else cost more. And you have to work harder. It makes more inflation. It devalues the money. And you don't get to spend it on the things that you want because the things you want are too expensive for you. They're beyond you. It's not what you need. They make it sound phenomenal. But the reality is never anything close to that.
no, I mean, it is very infuriating, frustrating, you know, the situation that happens, especially now, you know, they're really doubling down on the situation with inflation and going after any company that is actually, you know, making, you know, money because of the margins, you know. And the only reason that the prices had shifted the way that they did, again, you know, from the monetary policies that the government, you know, put on. And but and the thing is it's only a matter of time, though, is that once we hit a recession, then these profit margins and their earnings, you know, will collapse. It's just a matter of when. Well, they will collapse as long as the government stops bailing things out and then just continually printing, you know, money like crazy. I think that's one of the problems that we see right now is everybody's kind of getting all, you know, comfortable. They're going, hey, you know, maybe the economy will have a soft landing. Maybe we won't have the recession will be that hard. You know, maybe people won't lose that many jobs. You know, and that the ease I think that came within this last you know, quarter has been, you know, mostly because of the fact that the government, you know, promised and bailed the banks out here. Because when we had the last reading on inflation numbers, you know, they came down. Well, in certain sectors they came down lower. Energy, though, that's who knows what the heck's going on. I mean, the Saudis basically have complete and total control over our gas price. I mean, there is no control that the United States has right now when it comes to any sort of ability to lower the cost of that.
Well, that's because we're energy dependent, and OPEC just increased their cost of oil. So again, that hurts our economy. And even though it doesn't show in the numbers yet, it's more inflation because things are more expensive. We can't afford it. But a lot of this, see, you're talking about a lot of economics that not everyone's going to catch. There's a lot to this, but that's why I've tried to simplify it somewhat and try to make sure people understand. When we're not, one of the leading reasons why we're in a recession right now and why we have so much inflation is because we're not energy, it went directly with our energy dependence. Because when we have to get oil from someone else, we're competing with Germany, we're competing with the United Kingdom, we're competing with Europe for the same oil that they're getting, and therefore the price goes up. When we were energy independent, the price was lower. Why? Because we were selling oil. We didn't need to buy it. And that makes the difference. So that's the way people are thinking of it. Again, we're told not to ask these questions or to think about it. We're told to obey because an expert, Bernie Sanders, who's never held a job, who's an absolute communist, which is absolutely against capitalism, is telling us this is the best way to run a capitalist country. Why would anyone trust that source? He's not an expert.
Yeah, and one of the things that's really interesting is that the Saudis, OPEC, have the capacity to basically keep our inflation rate at whatever rate they want, because right now, if they can basically continue to cut supply to maintain right now where gas prices are, the lowest our inflation rate will be able to go is 4%. Now, if they make another cut and they are, cut even more, then they technically can they can actually bump our inflation rate, up to, 6%, and that's just with, just with gas alone. So what I'm saying is that really they can manipulate to 2 to 4% inflation rate just by manipulating, the supply of gas or supply of oil on their end. And they are going to do that from what it looks like. And again, a recession will cause energy prices to collapse. But again, if they want to play the game where they just want to keep cutting supply until we're squeezed, then that's it. And on the other end of it is that even if, prices do go down because of complete collapse of recession, on the opposite side of it, how do we dig ourselves out of recession, with this massive, wall, of our energy costs being locked as high as they will be? Because as soon as basically we start to come out of recession, those energy costs are just going to go skyrocketing.
No,
think,
you're
we
missing
get $5, gas. We
you're
go
missing
up to,
something.
7 or 8 in no time.
But you're missing something.
What?
But we're transforming America because America is rich and we shouldn't be. We're redistributing America's wealth. So when we come out of the recession we're in is a transition. It's a transition into a less economically powerful America because that redistribution is going to help other countries because America shouldn't be as good. This is what the progressives want. This is what Bernie Sanders has been advocating for decades. This is what AOC advocates, that we have to be less so the rest of the world can have more. And that's why they want higher prices. That's why they spend so much. That's why they're spending on what they do. They don't
tell us. Sometimes they'll say that, but they don't tell you directly that they want us to have more or less. But the thing is, what they want to do, they want people to have less because of the environment. Because if our GDP stopped growing, if our economy stops getting bigger, then the environment will be
That is a lie. That is one of the lies they tell. Oh, if we have less energy and we use less energy, well, then the world will be okay. No, because China and India create more pollution than America, then we can reduce per year. They want us to eat bugs. Yes, user Ben has mentioned it. They want us to eat bugs and own nothing because that'll make everything fantastic, except the rest of the world doesn't believe that. They have never believed that. It is a political tool to achieve an agenda, a political agenda. They're selling us an idea without giving us the details on what that deal includes. And that's the problem. Because we're not supposed to ask questions. Because, yes, we get out the recession, oil is going to be more expensive, we're still going to be dependent on oil because green energy doesn't work, and China still doesn't care. And China's still going to be polluting the planet approximately 5 times more, 3 to 5 times more than we actually reduce the amount of greenhouse gases in the world. That's fact. Those are factual numbers. It's not a guess. That just tells you, again, they're not telling us the full story. Just like Obama, I'm going to transform America. Didn't tell us the whole story of transform to what. That's a big thing. We're going to redistribute wealth. Yeah, that means out of America, not from the rich to the poor, because America is rich. That means all of us, not just the billionaires, everyone. They just don't like people to think about it.
No, they don't. It is frustrating. You know, I don't know. Again, you know, just the concentration of power, you know, and wealth. And then it's like they're the ones who destroy businesses and, you know, cause, you know, the consolidation of a lot of these businesses is through their, you know, economic, you know, policies, which, you know, are, you know, through cronyism generally. And, you know, in the end, I mean, to some degree, you know, the destruction of competition happens, you know, when the politicians, you know, play these sort of games. And then again, you'll have, you know, further price increases. But again, this is all because of their policies, you know. And then again, they'll try to fix the policy by, you know, again, increasing, you know, taxes and, you know, more regulation on energy and just increasing costs overall, you know, from labor to everything, you know. And it's just, I don't know. I don't know how people, you know, how different businesses are going to dig their way out of this, because the thing is right now
The answer is they won't.
Yeah, I mean, because the problem is right now is we got inflating wages right now, generally going up. It doesn't need government assistance. You don't need unions. You don't need all these things to actually increase wages, you know, the way they are. But the Democrats are doubling down on this line of thinking. And what they're doing is that they're now basically solidifying, you know, the wages at where they are right now. And so if we ever, you know, go to a place where our economy is, you know, retracting, the one thing that won't is the labor. And then without, you know, the ability to lower, you know, wages, you know, or basically to hire people to do a job, you know, that they're willing to take, you're just never going to recover, you know, from a recession.
You're not supposed to. Again, this is a transformation. By making wages, going with the living wage of $25 an hour, which would crush most of the small businesses in America, at least 30% of them would close overnight because they can't afford it. But that reduces America. Again, listen to what AOC has been saying. Cori Bush, Anna Presley, Ilhan Omar. Listen to Nancy Pelosi. Listen to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They are trying to reduce America's presence, successfully so at that they are reducing us because we are, what do they call us? Conquerors, conquestors, what were they? Colonizers. They call us a bunch of colonizers. They call us an imperial power, and therefore they want us to be less. This is all part of that. And having a high cost of $25 an hour, which they call a living wage, will never be enough because inflation will always be more. And that's why every time that this has been presented to the CBO, which is 3 times so far over the last 4.5 years, every time they ask, 5 years, that they ask the CBO about this, the answer is the same. You increase the amount of minimum wage the way that Democrats want, and you will double the number of people who are unemployed. You will hurt the poor more than any other group. They will become more poor by going to a living wage than if we don't do that. They just don't want you to ask a question and get the answer, because the answer is out there. I've covered the CBO each time they have done the study on this, and every time it's the same answer. They just don't want you to ask the question, so they never have to tell you the answer. They just want you to buy the sales pitch. And the elevator pitch is, you have $25 an hour. Yeah, but your milk's going to cost you $12 a gallon. And your gasoline's going to cost you $9 a gallon. And your electricity's going to go up 122%. Oh, did we forget to mention that part? That you're going to be in poverty more than you were before? Oops. Don't ask the question. Don't get the details. But, the sales pitch sounds nice. That's what it is.
Yeah. And again, it's just, and it's frustrating because thing is after, the economy's destroyed, then, the finger pointing will continue to go, and they'll just double down on the policies, which actually, created the problem to begin with.
Because if you have a problem, you need politicians, and they're the ones selling you the promise and the dream. So they will stay in power.
Yeah.
The more dependent you are, the less you can't not reelect AOC. You can't not reelect Adam Schiff because they're the ones promising you to give you free stuff. The Republicans won't do it. They won't give you free stuff. So even though the Democrats caused you to be in a hole and to be losing, they promise you free stuff that the other guys won't promise you. So you got to keep reelecting those Democrats. Otherwise, you won't get the free stuff that they promise will come somewhere down the road. Meanwhile, you lose more and more. Whether it's freedoms or economy or society, it doesn't matter. That's the trick. Thus, you're not supposed to ask the question, what happens next? What happens next? They don't want you to answer. They never want to answer that question, so no one ever asks them that question. Because it's never good.
Right.
But, that's just the way that works. Have you been following everything we've been talking about so far today?
Well, like I said, I mean, I was out. I heard some at the beginning of the show, and then, skimmed through a couple things, and then just called in, to talk about a couple of those things. I mean, I did hear, we were talking last week too about the Mulvaney, Budweiser or Bud Light, situation there, and I was telling you too is that what it was with the, all of a sudden I come home and, I had Miller and coolers in there rather than Bud Light. And I go to my wife and, she's never connected to politics, but sure enough, she, did that. And then the other day too, we're out of beer and she goes to me, yeah, make sure you don't buy Bud Light. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Well, now Anheuser-Busch has come out and said, you're a bad guy because of that.
Yeah, because all their employees are going to get fired. Well, guess what? I guess all the people over there are just going to go somewhere else. But, the funny thing is about this situation is a lot of people are always saying, oh, boycotts don't work or whatever. This is really not really huh?
Sure they do.
They do. I mean, see, this situation with this is funny because the thing is that with even with me, I'll drink Bud Light, I'll drink Coors Light, for light beers, And honestly, the thing is that they're light beers. They don't. I mean, you're not drinking them really for the great flavor of beer, and that's one of the problems. With their marketing problem is that it's an easy switch to just go from one company to the next. It's not like the NFL where you get a bunch of guys kneeing and then everybody's going to turn off the TV. At some point, you're going to be like, oh well, I still like football, so I'm going to go back and I'm going to watch it. But with this beer thing, it's just like, yeah, Bud Light, I'll drink that, but it's still, it's like, all right, it's not the greatest. And then, you're like, oh, well, I could drink Coors Light or Miller Light or something. You know what I mean? So it's not huge. And I think a lot of people, and apparently, given what we see, people are doing that switch. And honestly, it's not going to be hard for people to keep doing it. I mean, I don't know how they're going to get people to switch back unless they somehow do a miraculous give the damn beer away for free type promos or something.
No, what they're going to do is what they have done. They put back this Clydesdales as the ad that they have running now. They started that this week. They put out the Clydesdales, and they tell everyone you're a bad guy for not buying our beer. That's it. They're blaming you. And they put out a commercial that says, oh, look, see, we're traditional.
That's what they're doing, but it's going to fail in this circumstance because, like I said, once, a light beer drinker moves over to another beer and realizes that it tastes pretty much, just as crappy as the other beer that you're drinking, and I agree because I drink all light beers myself. I'll just switch whatever, and half the time I'll actually, it depends on like if I go 1 week and I'm like, okay, the beer is just bad because it's, apparently they got a huge, shipment of it, that's just crap. And then I'll actually go for another light beer. I'm a kind of a beer snob. So if, but that's the funny thing is with lighter beers is that if you don't brew them very, very, specifically on key, the flavor does, change pretty, profoundly. That's if you're a beer drinker, you can point that out. But the thing is that, like I said, they have, a situation now where nobody's gonna, switch. And I think that the only way that Bud Light, or the InBev could actually rejuvenate this is to literally make fun of the situation. But to do so, they would have to be considered transphobic. That's the only way to do that. They would have to make fun of this mistake and the way that people perceived this whole situation.
No, they're never going to do that because
they never do
ESG.
that, and because of that, they're done.
Yeah, I think they are, but I think it's going to get so much worse because they're not the only company doing that, and there will be more.
I mean, the thing is, if Coors, the Coors Miller decided that they're going to go that same route, then pretty much you've got, two of the major, brewers that would pretty much, eat up over 90% of the market right there. And, nobody's going to be able to bail, anywhere. And that will be the same situation like with the NFL situation is that, you want to protest, you're getting crap, you're getting sick of the woke stuff. And a lot of people would just turn it off. But on the other end, like I said, there's only one place to go. It's like, not like football players are going to start watching soccer or something.
No, they could and they should, but that's another question altogether. But, that's just some observations about that. I find it interesting.
Yeah.
Was there anything else you were wondering about?
Nope.
Okay. Well, it's always good to hear from you, man. I always love to hear the call, some of the things you have to talk about.
Yep, good talk to you.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Thank you, Jason. And folks, just like Jason, as you see, he was able to call in. You too can call in to 607-242-9247 at any time. You can we'll talk about whatever you want to talk about, whether it's the economics or we're going to talk about more about Dylan Mulvaney. We want to talk about what's happening in our politics, our northern border, our southern border, the international redistribution of both wealth and power of the United States that we saw started under the Obama-Biden administration and now continues under the Biden-Harris administration, and how it's having an impact on everyone from America and around the world. And I get a question from Users Been Banned, which says, do you remember Trafficant? No. Honestly, I don't. I know he's a Democrat, James Trafficant. Democrat, don't really remember him. Did not make a substantial impact on me. But doesn't mean he wasn't a significant person. In fact, speaking about people do you remember, does everyone remember a gentleman by the name of Josh Riley? Because I do. Josh Riley, who happens to be on the right here, there's his face right there. Josh Riley on the right. He is a former candidate for the New York 19th district. He's run for the New York 24th, the New York 23rd, New York 22nd, the New York 23rd, and the New York 19th district, all in the same year. So he's a bit of an opportunist. He will run for whatever office he thinks he might be able to win in. He's a Democrat. And he's tried everything. And he has now announced that he is going to be running again in 2024. So 2024 politics has come back into the realm of our conversations, the 2024 election. Not just the presidential, but the congressional races. And Josh is running because of one simple thing. Josh is running because he has sour grapes. He lost. That's it. Josh is running because he lost. Because he took 35,000, excuse me one second. Josh is running because he lost his race. Because because the Democrats lost and Republicans won, he wants to get back into the race. He has no other reason to run. And he's getting his money from, guess who? Al Franken, somebody that he worked with. But one of the things that really pisses me off about this, and I want you to remember, Josh Riley had no problem accepting money and support from a individual who attacks people with racism and ageism. For Josh Riley, as long as he wins the election, he has no problem. To this day, it has been almost 6 months, and to this day, he has yet to denounce his supporter who's who's attacking people with racist and ageist language, imagery. It was on Twitter, and he knew about it. But now he wants you to give him money. Now he wants you to give him support because 3 months into the new term, funny enough, Mark Molinaro is doing more than Dan Goldman, the Democrat. That of the new people in Congress, Mark Molinaro is doing his job. And because Mark Molinaro is effectively doing his job, Josh Riley says, you have to vote for a Democrat. Again, it's one of these examples where we see that the Democrat progressive are telling you to accept their answer. No questions. You can't think about it. Just do what they say. And their feelings are more important than your life. Your reality doesn't matter as much as their feelings. And I covered that in detail earlier this week, going through exactly what my problem is with what Josh Riley had to say and why it doesn't make any sense. But guess what? There is one person who's listening to Josh Riley and is giving him money. Al Franken. Al Franken is giving him a ton of money, it seems. And he's doing it through the leadership PAC because Josh does accept PAC money. He wants you to think he doesn't, but he does. And he accepts PAC money from Al Franken, a disgraced Democrat who gets to keep some of the money he gets to be the guy who gets to clean the money before it goes to Josh Riley. Because Josh Riley wants to lie to you. He's telling you part of the story. He doesn't accept corporate PAC money, but he accepts leadership money, and the corporations give the money to Al Franken, so Al Franken gives the money to Josh Riley. It's a little bit of sleight of hand. It's a way to clean the money so that Josh Riley doesn't have to say he accepts corporate money, although he does, because he took money from Google too. Doesn't want to tell you that. He took money from Facebook as well. Doesn't want you to know that. He took money from Apple as well. That's right. Doesn't want you to know that. Again, it's one of these examples where we keep seeing that, Democrats are such good people, unless you ask a question. Until you look for the details. And if you don't believe me, you can ask Josh Riley, who's running for the New York 19, and you can ask him, does he take money from leadership PACs? Do leadership PACs take money from corporations? So isn't he taking corporate PAC money? That's a question you can ask him. He won't answer me. He's been afraid of me, even though he's known me for 8 years, has my phone number. We've gone out and hung out and had beers. I know his family because he introduced them to me, because we were hanging out and his dad happened to be there. Yeah, I've known him for 8 years. He won't answer my questions, and he definitely has no problem letting someone he knows be attacked by a racist using racist language and imagery. But Josh Riley, he's a great guy. He's stand up. 2024 is going to be a very interesting year, folks. It's going to be a very interesting year. But you know what? Let me finish up with this. Let's talk about. Hang on. One second. Let's talk about abortion. Let's talk about Florida's heartbeat law. Because there's some lies that are going on out there. People are lying to your face about this. Okay? And it's kind of upsetting, to me at least, that people are being lied to in such a big way. Because we're being told that the heartbeat bill, the 6-week bill in Florida, is going to hurt women, that it's evil, that it's going to force children to have babies, that it's unhealthy. This is what we are being told by the left, because it's not true. I mean, this is from Politico, which is left-leaning. DeSantis signs Florida's 6-week abortion ban into law. It is a heartbeat bill, that if there is a heartbeat, then that is a human being and therefore can't be aborted. That's what the bill says. And of course, they're against this. The left is losing their mind, saying, oh my God, you can't do that. How dare you do that? This was a vote in Florida. A Florida House approved this 70-40. 70 of the members of the state of Florida said this was a good idea, and their constituents agreed with them. But not everyone agrees. In fact, what we have seen is, and I think I have, where is it? There it is. I want to show you, because this is how dishonest it is. This is from the Herald Tribune. And I want you to see, this came in on April 16th, today. This is published by the Herald Tribune, and this is their opinion page. Florida's new abortion ban isn't a horror story. It's a death sentence. It's not just that banning abortion is not just a horror story. It's a death sentence. And so says this woman, Sujatha Prabhakar. I know I got her name wrong. I can't pronounce her last name. Hey, sue me. I can't pronounce her last name. So she's a doctor, and she's like, well, this isn't about suffering. It's going to kill women. This isn't just bad. It's horrific. And abortion, women getting abortions, not being able to get abortions is a horror. That's what this article is about. It is a horror for women not to get an abortion. Can you imagine what it is for the baby? Again, she says, these situations are horrible, but they aren't stories. They're the real lives of people who are being hurt unnecessarily. Stopping women from getting abortions is hurting them unnecessarily. Again, what cases are we talking about? We're talking about cosmetic abortions. Abortions by will, not to save the life of a mother, not because the child is deformed, not because of a stillbirth, not because of rape or incest, but just because a woman had an unexpected pregnancy. Well, not letting her having that abortion, that's just horrendous. That's evil, somehow. And this is the part that really got me in her little diatribe, her little propaganda speech about the abortion bill. A little over a year ago, I'm quoting here, she cared for a middle schooler who became pregnant after being raped by someone close to her. She was 16 weeks along by the time she realized she was pregnant. With the 6-week ban in place, her physician would face criminal charges for providing her an abortion. But caring for this patient should never be a criminal offense. The real crime is being committed against my patients by our government by preventing them from getting abortions that they want. They don't need them, they want them. Now, I'm focusing on this in particular because she has just laid out the left's point of view on this. And she is demonizing someone who says that the life of the baby matters. That the baby, it has a heartbeat, it is a human being, and it is defenseless. And to kill that baby just because is a horrible thing. But she lied to you. I want to be very clear about that. I want to focus on that. This doctor, Sunjath Prabhakar, I cannot pronounce her last name. Sujatha, Dr. Sujatha, is a liar. She's been a physician for 20 years doing abortions. That's what she does. She does abortions. She is political and she is a liar. She is lying to you because she tries to give you this sob story that a middle schooler is pregnant and because of rape. And, you know, it would be a crime, according to the Florida heartbeat bill, to not help her. Well, that's a lie, because if you actually look at the law, which I did, which is in the links in the description of this show, you can look at this law. And the law says, quote, prohibiting physicians from knowingly performing or inducing a termination of a pregnancy, an abortion, after the gestation age of the fetus is determined to be more than 6 weeks, rather than 15 weeks, with exceptions. Providing an exception if the woman obtaining the abortion is doing so because she is a victim of rape, incest, or human trafficking, subject to certain conditions. Okay, so if, in this case, according to this doctor, according to the Herald Tribune, who did not fact check this whatsoever, she's saying, oh, well, the doctor would go to jail for giving an abortion to a victim of rape, a child, which is supposed to get your sympathy, is supposed to get your empathy, is supposed to make you feel bad, and she's lying to your face because the law itself tells you that's not true. The law, like almost every law that has been put out about abortion, has the exception of victims of rape, incest, human trafficking, danger to the life of the mother. She is a liar. She's lying to you to take advantage of you because she has a political agenda. And in her case, it's her job. This is literally, it's not just political, but Sujaya has her job on the line. She's been an abortionist for 20 years. That's what she does. So if this law comes through, she loses her job. She's going to go out of work. That's part of why she's doing this, to save her job, because she wants to make money. Now, I don't doubt that it's also because she's a progressive. I don't doubt that. I am sure that she believes in killing babies and thinks it's perfectly fine. But the fact is, she's lying to you to do that, to push her agenda, because she has no good argument to make. Because the law actually does better than what she thinks it does, because she wants you to fall into this trap, this lie, kind of like the don't say gay law. That is a lie, because it's never mentioned about that. They want you to see it from their political point of view because it serves their advantage. It's for their benefit. This is selfish. She's trying to protect her money. She's protecting her job, not women, not women's rights. It's about her job and her political preference. And she wants you to feel bad for not employing her to the level that she wants to live at, because she wants to have more political pull. This is dishonest, and it is evil, and it is sad. Again, the law itself tells you that she is lying to your face, and the Herald Tribune didn't do their homework, basic research. They could have searched this on Google just like I did. I'm one guy doing my job, okay? I want to be very clear. I'm one guy who does the research for this entire program, and every video that I do, and putting the links in for you. One guy is doing what the Herald Tribune, with hundreds of employees, could not bother to do a simple Google search to find out that this abortionist doctor is lying to you. Is that that's discredible? And I'm only pointing out the truth. I'm showing you the evidence of a lie that is being used to manipulate you. But don't you care about children? I do. So does the law. That's why the law is in there. That's why it has the exceptions. Now, you can tell me, well, it should be 15 weeks versus 6 weeks. That's a different argument. We can have that discussion. If you want to tell me that it should be 15 weeks and you have a reason for that, that's one thing. But if you're telling me, oh, no, abortion, having a ban on abortions is horrendous, that it's a death sentence to women, again, how did she frame this? I want you to be clear. It's a death sentence. Banning abortion is a death sentence. To who? Who's dying? It's a death sentence to the abortion is a death sentence to the baby, but she doesn't care about babies. Her job is killing babies. I'm sorry, I'm not moved. You're not bringing me to your emotional side, because when we say it in the words that aren't politically nice, instead of saying, sanitation, instead of saying you're a janitor, you're a sanitation engineer, makes you feel better, but you're still a janitor. You're maintenance, household maintenance, or what do they call it? Workplace maintenance. You're a janitor. Nothing wrong with that. Enjoy it. There's nothing wrong with, there's a lot wrong with being a doctor that kills babies. That's her profession. She decided for 20 years that the big thing she should do is kill babies. That's her choice. She's a grown adult. If she wants to kill babies for a living, that's on her. I don't think it's a very credible line of work. I don't think that's something that I could sleep at night knowing that's what I did, but she can. Fantastic for her. It's America. Everyone has whatever they want to do. You can do that if you want to. Someone's willing to pay her for 20 years to kill babies. Fantastic. But then don't turn around and say that this is a death sentence for someone besides the baby that is dying, and don't lie to people about what's in the law and what the law does when a simple search tells you this isn't true. That she is lying to your face, and the Herald Tribune should be held responsible for promoting a manipulative, emotional lie. I know, I'm not supposed to say that. I'm supposed to say abortion is great, that women are guaranteed abortions. No, sorry, don't agree. No, I don't agree with that. No. I understand. That's what social media says that I'm supposed to say. That's what the search engines are going to suppress because I'm not saying it. So they're going to beat me up in the search engines. They're going to beat me up on social media. And politicians that are progressive are going to say, see, you're just an evil misogynist or something stupid like that. You know nothing about me. But I do believe in babies having a right to live. And if you'd like to have the debate with me on whether it's 6 weeks or 15 weeks, you know what? I can work with you on that. But when someone whose only job is killing babies for 20 years tells me that I'm the bad guy because I want to see those babies live and wants to lie to me to make sure that they can get their job saved, I'm sorry, you're disingenuous. You're disingenuous, you're dishonest, and so is the Herald Tribune for not fact-checking the story and correcting what she said, or asking her to make a correction because she lied. It goes to tell you something about this. The only way that they can try and fight these things, when they say the don't say gay bill, it's a lie. The word gay, homosexual, not in there. They're not talking about gay sex, LGBTQ. That wasn't in the bill. It said no sex for anyone, heterosexual or otherwise. But no, they need to spin this because it's the only way that they can make their argument. They have to lie to you to make the argument so that you will accept it. Because emotion, they have to twist your emotions and lie to you to be able to get to manipulate you to give them more power. And that's what we're seeing right now with the heartbeat bill. You may think 6 weeks is not enough time. That's an argument. That's a discussion. You may think 15 weeks is better. Okay, that's an argument. That's a discussion. But it's not the same thing as lying to someone like we just saw this doctor do with the Herald Tribune. And I find that sickening. And I am calling out the Herald Tribune on purpose. They should retract this, and they should instead put in an apology saying we allowed someone, in their opinion, to lie, to factually mislead the public so that they could not make a fair evaluation of whether or not this is a good law, a law that was already voted on by 110 members of Florida's state government, and 70 of them said, yes, it was a good law. That's direct representation of the people of the state. But because they have a political goal, the Herald Tribune has a political bias. Their bias is towards the left in this story because they are making sure you get manipulated. Why are we letting companies do this? Why do we let them do this? I mean, whether it's Anheuser-Busch or whether it's the Herald Tribune, they're willing to lie to you. They're willing to make you the bad guy for having values, for having integrity. They are really upset that you have integrity and that you have a value system and that you're not throwing your beliefs, your life, into the garbage to take theirs on instead. Because that's what they want you to do. And if you do that, if you throw away your value system you grew up with, you throw away your integrity, your beliefs, just to accept whatever is the popular fad that's being told to you through social media, if that's what you're doing, you're a slave. And that's why America's falling apart. Because you should, even if you don't agree with the 6-week or the 15-week abortion rules, if you think it should be more or less or forever, if you believe in late-term abortion like Donna Lapardo and other New York State Assembly members in the Democratic Party, if you believe in having late-term abortions up to the moment of birth, fantastic, but at least don't lie. Don't lie and say it's something that it isn't. Because what it is murder. That's a fact. There's a heartbeat. There's a living being there. It's not a clump of cells. It's a human being. It has a soul. And that means that's a person. And they are protected by law. You may not like that. You may not value that. But other people do. And so if you want to have, I don't need to give up my values because you have a different set of values. We may have to have a discussion. Maybe we compromise. Maybe we can't compromise. But you don't get to win because you lied. But they need to. But the left and the progressives need to lie to you because if they told you the truth, you wouldn't accept it. Over and over and over again. They have to lie to you. They have to appeal to your children. They have to change the way your children think. They have to change the system that you live in and corrupt everything around you. And then they have to lie and bribe. They have to bribe you and lie to you to manipulate you so that they can get their way. Because you have to take on their values. You have to accept their way of life, not your own. And there's no good reason why you should. I'm not telling you can't be progressive. I'm telling you can't make me a progressive. There's a big difference. You can be as progressive as you want to be. That's your choice. It's America. You're free. I'm free not to be. I don't have to adopt your systems, your beliefs, your desires. Sorry, no. Matter of fact, if anything, if someone has to be adopted, adopt mine. They've existed longer. Oh, but you don't want to adopt mine. Why? Oh, because you don't agree with them. Who cares? Isn't that your answer to everyone else? If someone doesn't agree, well, you're just a bad person then. You have to agree. I'm black. I'm Hispanic. You have to agree with me. I'm black, Hispanic. You have to agree about being a conservative Republican. Oh, it doesn't work that way. Why? Because you made a decision that it shouldn't be that way? Oh. So again, the argument always comes back to we have to appeal to them. We have to abide them. We have to obey them. They don't have to do shit to us. I'm sorry, there's a problem with that. There's a massive problem with that. And we're not supposed to recognize that. We're not supposed to comment on it. We're not supposed to think about it. We're definitely not supposed to let other people know that there's a problem. You're supposed to just simply sit back and obey. And as long as you do that, America becomes more and more of a slave state, and we lose our leadership in the world because the beacon of freedom gets dimmed, and eventually it goes out. Now, if there is anyone, any Democrat, if Dr. Sujaya out of Florida would like to dispute this, if someone would like to say, no, let's have an argument about whether or not abortion, whether this Florida bill, as I have shown you several times now, whether this bill protects women who have been raped and incest and human trafficking. If you want to have that dispute, let's have that dispute. But here's the proof. Here's the bill. Here's the fact. Your opinion may be something else, and that's fine. You can have whatever opinion you want, but your opinion can't rewrite the fact. But the phone line's open, 607-242-9247. If you want to try and convince me why we should have abortions, why we should kill babies, I'm perfectly happy to hear it. Go ahead, give it your best shot. Give me the argument on why women should be killing babies on a regular basis. Beyond just incest, rape, and human trafficking, sex trafficking. Okay, beyond that, why is this so necessary? Why not contraception? Why not just say no? Again, we're not talking about rape. We're talking about just casually having sex, which is part of the progressive ideology. Don't have families, just have casual sex. Women can do it all by themselves. That is the current feminist ideology. Is that right? Then why should there be any of this? It's very upsetting, folks. It's very upsetting, especially when we have a credible newspaper that is advocating and allowing you to be lied to. This isn't just some guy on this internet. This is the Herald Tribune. This is a credible news agency. You would think that they would have a standard at least to not lie to you, to not just go with sensationalism for the sake of sensationalism. And I understand, yes, it is the author's views because it's an opinion piece, but an opinion and a lie are two very, very different things. And they published this up front on itself, one big page story. They wanted you to read this. They made a choice. It wasn't just one of several opinions. This is the opinion they wanted you to see. This is the opinion they wanted you to read. This is the opinion they want you to have. They are pushing this on you. And it is filled with lies, subjective viewpoints. It is emotional manipulation, and it is a lie. The Herald Tribune should be disgusted with themselves. If you think I am wrong, I promise I will hear you out. Give me your reasoning. Tell me why I am wrong. I'm a reasonable man. If I'm wrong, no problem. I will admit that. Why am I wrong? How am I wrong? I just showed you how the Herald Tribune is wrong. I just showed you the evidence that they are wrong. It is empirical. It isn't just my opinion. It is a fact that they are wrong. And it's as simple as just actually looking at the bill. Where's the evidence on the other side? Where's the evidence from the other side beyond they feel that's how they feel? That I should change my opinion because they say so. Again, why do we constantly, I keep asking this question, why do we have to constantly change our lives because progressives want more power? Why do we constantly have to give up our lives, our integrity, our views and values? Why do we have to constantly give that up because some progressive might feel uncomfortable? Why does no one care if I feel uncomfortable? Why does that progressive and that progressive viewpoint have more value or importance? Notice they never want to answer that question. They never want to say it. Their answer is, well, we're right. How do you know? How do you know? Show me the proof. How do you know that you are right? Because I say I'm right. Oh, but you're wrong. How do you know that? Again, where's the proof? These are the reasons, and throughout this entire show today, we've been talking about issues from international to domestic, from one end of America to the other, on so many aspects, and we've been covering the same thing over and over. America is losing its position, its leadership, its economic dominance, its military dominance. America is waning, and it's doing so because people are being told to obey as slaves, to not ask questions, and not to pay attention to the details. They're being emotionally swayed and manipulated over and over again, and the result has been the destruction of America as we have known it, how I have known it for most of the 5 decades that I've been alive. And they don't have an answer against that, other than obey, don't listen to anything else. Don't question. Which is a pretty petty and pitiful answer. By the way, hot chicks, I did see you. Sorry if I didn't mention I saw you in hello. But I have seen you there. I don't know, folks. But what I can say is we've been on for 4.5 hours. Wow. I know. We talk a lot. We cover a lot. We have a lot of information to disseminate with you. And we hope that you have found it to be informative, educational, thought-provoking. If nothing else, maybe it's entertaining. And we hope that you will consider liking and sharing, maybe even donating $1 or $2 to the channel to help keep us going. We look forward to that. We hope that you will be able to do that for us. At the very least, just to like and share and share this around and subscribe and let other people from across the country to know about the conversations, to know about the details of what's happening in our country, and to make their own comment, whether it's they agree or disagree. I'm not a progressive. They're not mandated to agree. Let's hear what they have to say. Let's have that open. There's a reason why this channel and channels like it are suppressed, why they don't want you to hear the truth. They don't want you to see the evidence. They don't want you to hear the argument or ask the questions, because then they may not have as much power over you as they would otherwise. And that's kind of sad. So, folks, with that said, I do also want to mention, I love you all. I love the fact that you join us every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, that we get to have this conversation. We get to see all the comments. People get to call in. I love doing this with you every week. I hope that you will take the opportunity to join me Monday, tomorrow. That's going to be April 17th At 9 p.m., I will be live with Larry Sharp on The Sharp Way, talking with his panel. He's not told me what the subject's going to be, but I'm looking forward to finding out. And we're going to be having a political discussion there. I enjoy having conversations with Larry. I'm sure it's going to be fantastic because I always enjoy it. And I hope you'll join us over there and also look for things on this channel throughout the week. But with that said, I thank you once again. I wish you the best, and I hope to see you next week at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you.